name is
Go.
Dr. Paul Yule, and I have an agency that deals with understanding sustainability for different brands and different journeys when it comes to questioning what sustainability means to them. My PhD was in critical consumer studies, which related to how the consumer understands fast fashion and what it means with regards to their consumption behaviours around that. One of my brands I work with is the lovely THTC, and that's who invited me along today. So thank you for the invite, Gavin.
Great. And Sophie?
Yeah, so hi everyone, my name is Sophie. Thank you so much for having me here today. I run a small sustainable brand called Agnes London. Agnes London was founded in about 2018 and has kind of followed my own personal journey to try and lead a more sustainable lifestyle. So as part of that, I have a product range which is all handmade by myself with lifestyle products, like things that you might want for your home, like aprons, tea towels, that kind of thing, all with an emphasis on sustainable fashion, sustainable fabrics, and also items that hopefully help you reduce plastic and the need for single-use items in your life. And since then, I've built on that, and I also have previously, before we went into lockdown, I was running events and upcycling workshops, teaching people how to sew and putting the emphasis on if we can sew and we can repair our clothes, it makes them last so much longer and hopefully sends less textiles to landfill. So since everything has gone online, I've also launched a YouTube channel where I put together lots of sewing videos and things like that in the hope of inspiring other people to have a go with a sewing machine or a hand sewing needle.
Very cool, very cool. And Gav?
So I run a brand called THTC Clothing, which I co-founded with my brother and a friend called Dan Sodergren in 1999, off the back of a hemp awareness society that my brother started at Hull University about 3 or 4 years prior to that. So our goal was really to bring hemp to the high street in some sort of form. None of us come from a fashion background, but we are kind of, we were early environmental activists, inspired really by David Attenborough and growing up in the country and that sort of thing. And so we figured the best way to bring hemp to the high street was to do clothing. And after starting in Romania with a big, broad range of fabrics and designs, we cut back to t-shirts. So we really specialize in hemp t-shirts, streetwear. We work with a lot of musicians and actors and quite well-known people, from Ed Sheeran to Woody House and Danny Dyer, people like that who have worn and kind of championed the clothes over the years. And then in 2008, Dr. Paul, I should say, joined us, and we tried to launch an ethical fashion agency to promote various different brands, eco brands. But unfortunately, it was about 6 months before the financial crash, and it was a really tough time to do it. So we dismantled that, and since then we've been providing. And we do a lot of merchandise for bands and labels and that kind of thing. But it's mainly quite activist and music inspired hemp streetwear. That's what we do.
Very cool, very cool. And last but not least, Carrie. Oh, let's see, Carrie, I think your mic might be turned off. We can't hear you.
Are you on mute? No. Mm-hmm. Paul, do you want to sing a little song? Or do some beatboxing?
No.
No, okay.
We're still not getting anything, sorry. Still can't.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes!
Really?
Yay!
You when I'll have to keep unplugging my mic somehow, so really sorry about this. Okay,
All
so
good.
wild. I have been in the fast fashion industry since '99, which kind of makes me sound really old. But I studied fashion in Nottingham, and then I went to London and I worked for various brands as a garment technologist. So I'm kind of really specialized in supply chain and manufacturing, but also kind of like the architect of the garment, so engineering the garment to end use. So I've worked on women's wear, menswear, children's wear across brands like Arcadia Group and All Saints. Worked in many different places in the world like China, India, Bangladesh, Turkey, Portugal. The list could go on. So realizing that being in that fast fashion world wasn't for me a few years ago, and opting into retraining into like holistic therapies. So what I do now is I actually specialize in styling as a way. So I felt like in the macro, working and living in this kind of conglomerate and feeling like a tiny piece in the puzzle that wasn't going to change fast fashion as just being one person in it, I decided to opt out and kind of retrain in lots of different things such as styling and yoga and holistic well-being, lots of different therapies. And now that work all unites in my lens of styling, and it's actually working with customers or clients to really understand how their wardrobe can be worn in a whole new way. So it's more looking at that kind of closing the loop on what they already own, and restyling and repurposing what they have, but also that real holistic thinking of clothing as something more meaningful than just a piece of fabric or just a piece of clothing. So we look at like the deeper meaning of why they own what they have, and actually their style direction as a form of self-expression. I'm also a technical brand consultant for brands that haven't got that expertise that I have. So I work with brands that are starting up, so they really get those structures in place around their product development cycle and understanding quality assurance and auditing and that kind of stuff. So I'm really glad to be here. I'm really honoured. So thank you, and sorry I've had some technical difficulties.
Absolutely, no problem. All right, let's get started with our first question. We'll start it off with an easy one. So what are your favorite sustainable fashion brands and why?
Paul?
I honestly, so part of my sort of position is that obviously TCC is wonderful, but when it comes to what we're doing with brands, a big sort of influence for me is where you're getting to swap your clothing. So I'm going to slide and say that I like companies like Depop, Thrift Plus, Loanhood, Vinted, where there is no more clothes getting made. So the most sustainable thing we could do is not make any more clothes. Controversial, but I believe that we've got enough clothes in the world already, and if we're going to buy something, it should last for a long time. So I would rather see an endorsement for these companies that are helping move around the clothing that already exists. So that's a bit of a slippery answer, sorry.
All good, very cool. And Sophie?
Yeah, so I definitely think Birdsong is a great fashion brand that lead the way in terms of transparency. I think they're really open with their customer about everything from sourcing to manufacture to the cost. And I think it's quite important to be educating our customers on the cost of putting together sustainable fashion. And then on the other hand, I've been following lots of brands recently that are doing a lot of made to order stuff. Like I think Megan Crosby, people like that. And I just think those kind of brands are absolutely fantastic, only really making what they need, getting their orders in kind of before they start to order in their fabric and stuff like that. So it really reduces the amount of waste in the supply chain. And made to order pieces are a bit more of an investment. So at least you know that if someone is investing in a made to order piece, the chances are that it's going to stay in their wardrobe for a long time and have a lot more meaning to them. And then on the other aspect of that, kind of similar to what Paul was saying as well, I think clothing rental is massive, and it's only going to grow as well. And like, there's some fantastic brands like Bundly Baby will do baby clothes and children's clothes, which obviously that is a children grow so quickly that that's a massive turnaround in clothes. So I think rental platforms like By Rotation and Her, that are all peer-to-peer, I think those are all great alternatives to fashion brands, especially if you want something a bit more special for like a wedding or a birthday or something like that you may only want to wear once. You know, it kind of combats that, like, I've worn it once on Instagram, so I can't be seen in it again. Because you can send it back. So yeah, those are a few of my brands that I'm kind of loving at the moment.
Yeah, totally.
I totally agree with Paul and Sophie about, you know, the importance of not over consuming, and you know, I have a strange relationship with running an ethical, a fashion business in general, because A, I'm not from a fashion background, and B, the whole concept of fashion is that, you know, something from last season is no longer relevant and it should be discarded and got rid of. So I think there's a massive role to play in upcycling and in taking pride in not buying the latest thing, but actually in wearing something that you bought 10 years ago, you know, and really a uniqueness to that. But I was inspired when I started by a few of the hemp brands such as Hoodlum and the Hemp Shop in Brighton, Satori Movement, Hemp Valley. There's a few others, you know, that were around kind of when I started, and Howie's as well, because they're kind of streetwear, outdoorsy kind of cycling. And brands like that, which weren't necessarily pushing sustainability as their whole raison d'etre, because sustainability wasn't really a catchword in fashion then. So just brands that were doing the right things in the background quietly, which I think was really important. I love Patagonia because of all their activist work and, you know, and what they do. I'd really aspire for THDC to be more like them. I love the way Nudie allow you to take your jeans back and they'll repair them for you if they're damaged, that sort of thing. You know, it's not exactly upcycling, but it's making things last. So yeah, and then in terms of shoes, there's obviously trainers. There's a lot of exposure about how badly people are treated in garment manufacturing, but trainers seems to be a big one, sportswear in particular. So I'd like to give a shout to Pozu. Love their shoes. They're doing really good things. Veja, Athletic, Viva Barefoot. I've done a bit of research with some others. I'm going to put some links at the bottom afterwards of some other ethical brands that I like. But yeah, I think as Paul and Sophie have alluded to, upcycling and taking real pride in wearing older clothes and repairing them yourselves. You know, I think there should be more effort put into encouraging people to get their own sewing machine and upcycle their own clothes and just that sort of thing.
Yeah, definitely. This stuff, some great places. I know I'm mentally taking notes for some new places to look at. And so Carrie, what about you?
Oh, gone again.
Oh wait, we can't hear you. Gary.
Oh
no. Let's see.
Oh
no. I feel like she's looking right at me too. I'm like, oh, we can't hear you.
Can we put this in the comments here? Yeah, right.
Let's see. Yes, maybe she'll be able to read a comment.
I mean, until Kerry comes back, should we keep on? Because
Shall
again,
we
if she
move on
sees
to
that we're
the next point?
speaking.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, let's just move
And I think it would be
on.
great if we get Kerry's answers later and put them in the message for the viewers. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, I know. I'd love to hear what she's got to say. So the next question is, so most of us do know that the fashion industry is pretty bad for the environment, but a lot of people don't fully understand why. What do each of you believe is the biggest reason that the fashion industry is harmful to the environment?
Paul?
I appreciate you putting me forward every time, Gavin. You're going first next time.
Feel free to jump in, no order.
It's fine. I'm very happy to answer it first. And
I think Kerry's there.
Are you back? Is Kerry back? No. Okay, we still can't hear. So I'll continue. So the reasons, in my mind, is to do with the production of the fashion clothing. For me, that's the issue. It's not only how it's produced, but it's the volume in which it's produced. When we talk about sustainability basically means that we're allowed to do something for a bit longer, just sort of eking along. My personal opinion is we have to really reshape the entire fashion industry, which is no mean feat. And I think when it comes to where the sort of the emphasis should lie, it's really within the production of it, it's from the consumption of it, how long we own it for, how durable we are with the look that we've got, and how comfortable we are with wear. I think one of the things for me is this constant need for newness. That is a real problem with the entire industry, especially fast fashion. So it has to look brand new. You mentioned Instagram earlier. It's this idea where there is platforms that require you to have a new look every time you're. That's just ridiculous. That's just completely unsustainable. But when it comes to where we should be going, I believe we have to really look at how we're understanding the consumer's needs. Because there's real benefits to fashion, right? I mean, there's a huge amount of benefit to feeling a certain way, to being proud in your appearance, to not necessarily wearing old clothes, to not necessarily wearing hand-me-downs or things that have been given elsewhere, but to balance that new consumption with what you've already got. And I think for me, where the biggest damage is, it's that constant drive for newness that is the biggest problem with the industry. If we were to just pump the brakes, slow down, accept that we have to start reducing the amount that we're producing, because it's really the production, because then the consumption doesn't take all of that production. Then we've got these mountains of clothes rotting, getting burnt, getting put back into landfill. It's ridiculous, but with tags still on them. So for me, it's less of the production, and accepting new isn't best.
Very true. Very good. Let's see. Sophie, you want to chime in?
Yeah, I feel like I agree with much of what Paul said, and I feel like my answer would be very similar. You know, overconsumption is definitely the driving factor of the fashion industry. It's getting faster and faster all the time, and I think that, as I mentioned before, like education is really important, and it's not just fashion. We're the same with our food. We're the same with our makeup. And like lots of other industries, we're so disconnected with how stuff is made, where it comes from, what goes into it, who's making it. We just want a bargain, and we want it now, and we want to. So I think education is really important, because the more we can get the customer to kind of slow down and think, and obviously it's hard, like this information isn't out there to us. These massive fast fashion brands are not publishing this information. So I think that the more we can educate customers, and the more we can kind of put that emphasis on using what you've already got, upcycling, things like that, then that will help the fashion industry. Sorry, that doesn't really answer your question. But I think, yeah, if there was more awareness about how harmful the dyes are, how much water goes into a pair of jeans and things like that, then I think customers and consumers would be much more aware of the impact their purchases are having.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, it's a little hard to add to those two answers because they've covered most of it. But unchecked.
Yeah.
What Sophie said, it's not just an issue about fashion. It's through where your phone comes from. It's from where your food, everything comes from. Essentially, it's unchecked capitalism, isn't it? If there'll always be a market for cheap stuff while there's poverty. And I think that is that is one of the main underlying factors, but also transparency. If people actually know, if it's all over the front pages of the papers, naming and shaming brands, particularly for spending more money essentially on PR to make themselves look greener than to actually raise their production standards, which loads of them will do, and that I think that's a massive issue. Also, localism, a more localized production. When we got into the hemp scene 21 years ago, we were thinking within a few years, hopefully there'll be a hemp textile industry in the UK, or if not in Europe. There's still not, and there's a lot more awareness of ethical, sustainable factories and fabrics, but still it's very limited to where you can actually get it. If you actually turn the tap off and everyone was to boycott, fast fashion, then the other issue is what's going to happen to all the textile workers. They still need to be supported and still need to make a living. So it's about, I think, as we've all said, buying less, but buying better quality, but making sure that money that we're spending actually reaches the garment workers themselves. If you buy a pair of trainers, and I'm not going to name any brands because we all know who they are, buy a pair of trainers for £150 and $1 going to the person that actually made them, there's something horrifically wrong with that. What's wrong with paying them $5, for instance? So consumerism.
Can I add into that, Gavin? Because I think that there's something to be said, just not to get controversial on it, but I think the consumer is so numb to the shock of what's happening in these factories. The consumer is just so numb to it all and disenfranchised when it comes to the agency they need to do it. And I really want to support your point about we can't just switch it off overnight, right? It's not an industry we can just stop, because that's insane. So the analogy I like to use is we're on an escalator. We just need to start slowing that escalator down. We need to start pumping the brakes and understanding that it'll take decades to get out of this situation. But with these sort of debates and these sort of conversations, it's really heartening to know that there is reality here, eh? I mean, because the consumer just knows what's going on in these factories, but they're without agency, presumably, and the only tool they have is not to buy. That's what I want to.
I don't know if they are so aware with what's going on, in that they presume that because these companies are so well known, it can't be as bad as it actually is, that it's so in your face, the marketing, the advertising is so in your face that you're thinking, hey, how sinister can these brands actually be, and how bad can the production be if it's not in your face? I mean, all we could do, Paul, you did the same for TATC, is actually go over to the factories yourselves and go and speak to the workers. I mean, every company or every small company should be able to do that. It's a little bit out of your hands, I guess, when you're producing on such a main scale, but it needs to be made a priority to actually go there and actually communicate with these people and give them a platform and a voice to be able to pass over their experience. And Fashion Revolution, that's exactly kind of what they stand for. I would really advise everyone to subscribe to Ethical Consumer, the website or the magazine, because that is incredibly eye-opening. You're not going to get it from the mainstream press that Boohoo is, for instance. I said I wasn't going to name and shame, but I will happily name and shame Boohoo because it's public knowledge what they're doing anyway. But you're not going to find this from the mainstream press. You really have to look for it.
Yeah. Just to add to your point about Boohoo, I think it hit home a lot more last summer when it came out about Boohoo and the factories in Leicester, and their workers there. I think it felt a lot more on people's doorsteps, that we didn't think that would happen in kind of British manufacturing. British made is seen as like a kind of stamp of like quality, and I think it really kind of hit home the conditions there, because we think of these awful factory conditions as being in another country, far away, not on our doorstep, where the living wage is so much lower. And and I heard the argument like, well, if they weren't working in these factories, what would they do, etc. So I think when it is actually in the press and it starts to hit home a bit more, then people do take notice of it.
Absolutely. And there's,
Yeah,
there are
definitely.
good and bad. There are good, I mean, for people to just say, oh, you can't produce in China. Don't produce in China. Their human rights are terrible. It's true. They have real human rights issues. But, there's good factories in China and there's terrible factories in Leicester. So it really is not quite that simplistic. And we can't, as we mentioned earlier, you can't just turn off the tap for these people wherever they are in the world. It's a global issue. But as Sophie said, if it's on your doorstep, and they're people that look like you, that you might know that are around the corner from you, then it hits you in the face a lot more. But essentially, it should be the same issue wherever they are, these people. And poverty in Leicester is just as real as it is in China, if you're living it.
Definitely. Let's see, Carrie, do you want to try? I know she's been working on her mic issues. Hopefully, maybe now she can chime in and catch up on everything.
No.
Nope.
We've got a few questions coming in, or are we going to look at those at the end?
I think, yeah, we'll do those questions closer towards the end. Let's see. Carrie wants to try one more thing. She's still working it out with the tech guy. Okay. While we continue on. So let's see. So I know a lot of people assume sustainable fashion isn't always affordable to the everyday consumer. Do you think this is true? Do you have any tips on how to become more sustainable when it comes to fashion without spending a lot of money? I know we've talked mainly, the biggest thing is re-wearing what you already have, but do you have any tips for maybe shopping sustainably?
Oh.
Happy to go first, because then I get all the best answers. So no, it's a really good question, and it's something that Gav touched on earlier, where if you're buying a t-shirt for £5, you've got to know that wasn't done in a fair way, and that's not using decent fabrics. It's using highly blended fabrics that can't be broken down or recycled in any way. Like that is a one-use garment. Okay, so you're wearing that till you can't be bothered with it, and then you get rid of it. The big thing for me is where the consumer. I mean, again, I come back to the consumer because I feel like that is where the sort of the biggest power lies, like to empower the consumer to not accept brands behaving a certain way. So one of the things for me is to understand as a consumer, if it costs £5, probably wasn't cool how it was made. So it's about understanding we might have to buy less but spend more. So it's an old-fashioned adage, isn't it? So you say buy once and buy well. But I do still think there's an aspect about how affordable sustainable fashion is. I think it's insane how we became numb to the reality of the cost of things. So Vivienne Westwood's, I'm not going to name drop, but one of my favorite brands, because she's consistently over the years challenged the zeitgeist, but also had her voice front and center. So again, I can't afford Vivienne Westwood, that's insane. But I can then look at where again, that's why I would plug Thrift Plus for this, because again, Thrift Plus is a place where you're getting clothing a much reduced price because it's been donated by a consumer. It's in good nick, or it can be straight from a photo shoot that's not going to go back onto our website. The price that you pay, half of it goes to a charity of the choice of the person who donates it. And I think there's lots of these interesting little platforms popping up that helps you buy sustainably. I haven't bought something new in years. It's all been vintage. It's all been secondhand. So just to answer the question really quickly, secondhand shops. But what rule of thumb? If there's a young person working there looks quite trendy, walk back out. They've got all the best stuff. Go far afield and really try and dig around and give it the time you need to really find the style that you like, because style is about being individual, right? It's not about looking like clones. We don't wear uniforms for a reason. We're not all walking about in jumpsuits looking the same. So I think it's about finding your own individual style and mixing it up with different things to make sure that you get to express yourself without doing too much damage.
Yeah. Am I muted? No. So to add to that, I would definitely say don't waste your money on trends that you are only going to wear for one summer or whatever, because then it won't last. It won't stay in your wardrobe. Another point is clothing swaps are fantastic, and if obviously they are not in-person events not really happening at the moment, but if you can just swap with a few friends, or when events do start to go again, then go to some clothing swaps. They have them all over the country. Like, just look on Facebook, like there'll be one locally to you. Go along to that, swap. I think also, if you have ever tried to make your own clothes, you would not, you would appreciate why they should not be so cheap. When you've spent a whole day trying to make a dress or something like that, you would think, okay, I've just poured my heart and soul into this. If I then want to go and sell this to someone, I'm not going to sell it to them for a tenner. You know, I would want a lot more money for my time and effort and skills that have gone into it. So yeah, and obviously we keep going back to the point of upcycling, repairing, and charity shops and things like that. And that is because there is so many clothes out there that there is plenty for all of us. If I know we've said we can't turn off the tap, but if we did turn off the tap, there are enough clothes out of there that we would all be absolutely fine.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, I think it's in the language, isn't it? When people's perception, when people will come up to me at festivals, and you know, it really hit home a few years ago after about 10 people coming up and saying, "Oh, I love your hemp socks. Why are they so expensive?" And to me, it was just so obvious. I think we're asking the wrong questions. It's not why is ethical fashion expensive. It's why is non-ethical fashion so cheap, and what is the actual cost to the planet and to the people? You know, and you know, as Sophie and Paul have mentioned as well, you know, it's our expectations of what we would pay for a product are so skewed, and it's, you know, it's really all about our priorities. If people knew that the woman that made your dress might well be working 7 days a week, 15 hours a day, sleeping under her sewing machine, you know, and maybe raising a child under the sewing machine as well, you know, if these images were in front of us and we're actually able to make these decisions, I would be a lot better armed to make these decisions. And yeah, also it's impossible to judge people who are, you know, I think sustainability and saving the planet, sadly, is a middle class issue. It's for big business and middle class, because if you're trying to raise 5 kids and you can't put food on the table, and you've got people preaching to you about why they should go and buy sustainable clothing, you know, I don't blame them if they go to Primark. You know, it's the people that do know better or should know better, that can afford not to. You know, I'm a massive one for boycotts, whether it's food. I love boycotting a brand that I hate. It really makes me feel empowered. I just love not giving my hard-earned money to these scumbags. So, you know, it's empowering people to make these decisions and actually take pride in going, hey, you know, I'm not going to name and shame more brands here or companies, but, you know, whether it's a fast food company or a soft drink or whatever it is, you find out what these people actually are about, you know, the owners of these companies, and whether they've got your and the planet's best interest at heart. And it makes it a lot easier to then boycott them and saying, you know what, I'm not going to buy it anymore.
I'm trying one last time. Does this work? Can you hear me?
Yay!
Yay! Oh, thank God, it's been so difficult. I thought actually it was my webcam that was playing up, so I'll have to have a look at that.
Okay.
Well, you've got an extra hour, go.
I know.
I know you've got some catching up to do, but also shout out to our technical producer, Gray. He is killing it. We are so thankful for him. Perfect. So, Carrie, yeah, let's just catch you up. So we've talked about our favorite sustainable fashion brands. We've talked about why the fashion industry isn't good for the environment, and we just recently were talking about how we can shop sustainable while also not spending too much money. Do you have any thoughts? Want to chime in on any of those?
Yeah, I think so what I was explaining when you absolutely couldn't hear me, and I must have been going on and on with hands because was all about sustainability as an umbrella term, and how these brands that we're looking at may be feeding into one or two of the SDG Sustainable Development Goals. So it's really worth understanding as a consumer your value system and knowing what that particular brand is actually bringing, and how they're shifting the needle in terms of sustainable fashion. Because sustainable and ethical, they're such big terms, and actually it's really worth understanding the 17 SDGs so that you understand what they mean to you. So whether you're looking for a brand that is really has an initiative with a third world initiative that's really empowering women, for instance. I actually interviewed somebody called Nazreen Sheikh, that was a slave labourer in Nepal for the age, I think she doesn't actually know what her birth date is, because these people have absolutely no birth certificates, and they have no rights. They're born without birth certificates, so I don't think they have any way of understanding how the system works. So they're completely exploited. And so she went in as a child slave, and now she's developed an initiative. After coming out of that, she's developed this empowerment collective, it's called. And so understanding that her take on sustainable fashion is really about allowing women and children to be empowered, to have rights, and to be paid fairly. So another good initiative is the Clean Clothes campaign, who did the Pay Up scheme all the way through COVID. So if you're interested in that element, then really looking for brands that are moving beyond this fast fashion system that really doesn't pay workers fairly. It pays maybe the minimum wage, but that really doesn't constitute to a really a fair way of life. So I think it's really, when you were thinking of this sustainable umbrella term, it's knowing exactly what that means, because there's so many elements to it. What else did I want to chime in on? There was so much that I was like, I want to say something to this. I really agree with everybody about rental. That is the way the system is with the way we're moving the system in sustainability, is that it's about bottom up and top down. So it's actually about the consumer, educating the consumer as to why they need to shift. But it's also these fast fashion conglomerates, they have to take responsibility. So all of the greenwashing, which we might get into a bit later, but all of these campaigns that we see out there around marketing that we're thinking, oh, they're doing better. Well, they do have to take incremental shifts to shift it. It has to happen. Which is responsible for them. So I feel like it has to come from the consumer, but it also has to be driven bottom down as well. I think they're all my points.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was
and you segued in perfectly to our next question, and I believe someone in the comments wrote something kind of similar. So yeah, with the term greenwashing, when brands kind of advertise these sustainable collections, their new policies, can you feel like we can fully believe this? How do we know which brands we can trust? What are some ways to know that we're actually buying sustainable clothes from these more fast fashion brands?
Who's going?
Shall I pipe in? Shall I go first?
Sure.
Thank you. I think Kerry's point is really well made, is that it's about who's moving the needle and how they're moving it. So the SDGs is a really good example of where only buying companies where your values are attached, right? So you believe if it's no poverty or if it's life under the sea, whatever the SDG that floats your boat, so to speak, look for brands that really put that behind their initiatives. And another thing is the sort of the corporate reports you can get. So I did this a few years ago, but I downloaded all the corporate reports, all of the ethical reports, all the outcomes for all of the high street brands in the UK. And they were all pretty much saying the same thing, that it's 20 years away, 25 years away. And there's these big claims, these big bold claims that, but you need to keep buying for us to get there. And I found that so frustrating, that the scale of some of these companies is just not sustainable. And there was a couple of brands mentioned earlier. They are really sustainable brands, but they're massive. And I feel like there is this idea of greenwashing is where we've just completely forgotten what it means to be sincere about a claim. And again, I'm sounding like a really jaded old man here, and I think I possibly am, but I think there's something along the lines of challenging your brands and challenging your brands to do the things that you want, that are important to you in your value systems. And I think, again, I'm not going to drop any brands into it, but I think there's a few of them that are really focusing on, surprisingly, they're focusing on more with their production, and they're thinking about the education of their production workforce and looking at their life and looking at their livelihoods. So many years ago, I was working in Thailand, and there was a claim there, but it was lifestyle for livelihood. So the idea was that we were training women who came out of the sex industry, and we were then retraining them to work in factories. And the whole idea being that there was longevity to that in a production job. There was always going to be production. But then again, how you maintain that conversation with the consumer, how you make sure no one gets hurt. It's really hard to believe any high street brand. I'm sorry. I would say there's, hand on heart, there's no one that I would say is doing an exemplary job. I think that the ones that are trying it are doing well, but their scale holds them back. And then the claims that they've made in the past holds them back. Some of the smaller brands that are doing it are too expensive. So then you have this real dichotomy for the consumer. So that's why I think you need to mix and match, inform yourself about your brand, look at like the RAP report, the Higg Index. There's a huge amount of information in the world that actually classifies how well they're doing. And look at these rankings that you get for how sustainable they're behaving, and just don't believe the advertisements, because the advertisement again would tell you buy this and we'll become sustainable. Like we'll be kinder later. So we have to help that brand buy their way. I think that's unacceptable. I think it's up to the brand to make a radical change, to really think about it. I mean, some of the work that's coming out of Selfridges at the moment is fantastic. I've got to say, like, Selfridges is really challenging the fundamentals of retail behavior and really looking at what it is to consume. And I think some of the initiatives that have come out of that are really inspiring, and we need to start looking at these good examples.
Yeah, I think this is a really tough question because on one hand, we kind of can't do it without big brands and big companies coming along. But on the other hand, the business models that they work from and they've made their money from over the years are not sustainable as they are. And I think someone's asked a really great question about how do we know who we can trust when it comes to where our clothes are made behind the scenes. And I think quite simply, if you ask the question and there's no information on the company website, they're not mentioning sustainability, they're not mentioning fair labor, they're not mentioning any of their kind of ethical policies, then I think you can assume that that is not a priority to them and they are not doing that, you know, if they're not putting the information out there, because any brand that is doing that at the moment would be shouting about it. And I think that we've seen these sustainable edits and these, you know, organic collections and these capsule collections. I think this is a sign that these businesses are realizing that this is what the consumer wants and sustainability is important. Unfortunately, I just don't think it's enough, and I don't think it's happening quick enough. And I don't think that dedicating 5% of your business or whatever it is to making a range out of organic cotton or whatever is really going to tackle the, you know, massive problem that we have with sustainability, you know, with fast fashion and the environment. I just don't think it's enough. I think it's a step, but I think it's a very small step in the right direction, and it completely comes from customers voting with our wallets. So yeah, and it's, you know, it's hard to kind of sniff out greenwashing sometimes. They do a great job of it, but that's why they have marketing and PR and stuff like that, and that's because, you know, they want your money. So yeah, I think there's no real easy answer to this, because sometimes, you know, sometimes you kind of, I'm not going to say you need something from the high street, but you know, if, you know, our sustainable brands can be more expensive and you can buy secondhand all you want, but there are a few things that you definitely don't want to be going out and buying secondhand. So and then you have schemes like certain brands do recycling schemes, but if you take your clothes back and recycle them in their store, then they'll give you a voucher for their store, so you can spend more money on their clothes. So it's really tricky, and it's really hard for the consumer to navigate. And I think any brand, any business, I mean, obviously we're seeing like loads and loads of stores closing down on the high street now. Any big brand or big business that is giving smaller businesses a platform to step up and be seen is great. And I hope that some of the empty retail spaces that we're seeing will start to be filled by more smaller brands that do have more ethical practices.
Definitely.
So there was a question asked by, I wonder if this is, asked a question earlier, which was about, well, she was essentially saying should the emphasis be on the brands or on the consumers, to make a positive difference? And while I 100% think it should be on both, brands will listen to consumers if they stop buying their products. If there's a successful exposure and people stop buying them on ethical reasons, then brands will listen. I had a couple of examples that really frustrated me with THTC with, again, not going to name them, this one, but one of the big retailers where I was trying to get in there for 15 years, I'd say, trying to get a meeting with the buyers for about 15 years. And after just years of constantly hitting them over the head with, can we just have a meeting and talk about sustainable fashion? They came back with, our consumers aren't particularly interested in ethical fashion. And it made me so angry, because I said, your consumers are interested in what you tell them to be interested, because essentially that's what fashion is about. You tell them what's going to be big next season. You tell them that it's a priority, that ethical fashion is going to be big, and they will listen to you, I also had another meeting with another big brand. I don't know how I got in there. And I pitched them on doing a sustainable hemp t-shirt range within their range. And the corporate social responsibility guy told me that he was only in a job because they needed to have a person with the title of corporate social responsibility. And he essentially said to me, look, if we do an ethical, I spoke to the MD, if we do an ethical range with you, then they will come back and they will ask, the customers will then ask, how's the rest of it produced? And we'll be able to say, no idea, sorry about that. They just don't, a lot of them don't want to rock the boat. So it is a subtle and gradual process. But I think it's very important, whilst, the juggernaut that is fast fashion is going to take a long time to turn around. And whilst I think we should be skeptical of big brands who are greenwashing, we should also not shoot them down in flames straight away, because it is these brands that are going to make the biggest difference. So transparency. It's all about transparency.
Yeah, I totally hear that.
Sorry,
and what did you say?
I was going to say celebrity, because another person has asked this question. Do you think celebrity plays a role? And absolutely 100% they do. You look at Victoria Beckham's range, you look at Beyonce's range. These are people with money behind them that have a real platform to create positive change, and neither of their ranges are ethical or Kim Kardashian, these people are, that they get listened to. They're the biggest influence in the world, and if it's important to them, it becomes important to everyone else.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I think with greenwashing, it's really, having worked in these fast fashion brands, I know for a fact the conversation is, what can we get away with? What does the consumer want, but how much is that going to sell? What is the margin on that? Profit is the top of the priority list of the KPIs constantly. So I see this as total greenwashing, because it's saying, hey, look what we're doing, because we need to give something to the consumer because there's a trend happening. They want to perform for the trends, but actually the profit margin is their priority over the people and the planet all the time. So we cannot trust these brands. I'm really sorry, but we just can't. That we need them to shift the needle, but it needs to happen much faster than it is. They can take responsibility tomorrow. They could put their people that are in the supply chain at the top of their list tomorrow. They're in the power to do that. So I'm sorry, but it makes me really furious when I see H&M, Primark have got an eco ambassador, and they actually tweeted yesterday, hey, go in for we really want to see our customers going in for a pair of socks and coming out with 3 bags full. I mean, how can you say you've got an eco ambassador and you're going towards this sustainable proposition, and then saying this in a tweet to all their customers? It's just, they're not taking responsibility, and that's what we need those big brands to do. And so I do not believe it when the likes of H&M come out with organic cotton. In fact, H&M are doing, they're doing a lot more than other brands are doing. They came up the top of the transparency index last year for Fashion Revolution. However, they may be transparent, but what are they doing? They may be saying these are our factories, but what is happening within those factories? These are the harder issues that they're not talking about. So we know that they may be saying, hey, I'm transparent, but transparent in what? Because I know, having done all the audits, worked in quality assurance, gone to the factories, ticked all the boxes on that particular day. In fact, I was working for All Saints when the Rana Plaza was happening. So I saw that I had to close down factory floors in India to say, you haven't got a fire exit. That, are you working in this factory floor? They had machinery set up and they were like, no, we just need to store machinery here. And then I had to say no, because you must be using it when I walk out of here tomorrow. So these really, the brands are based in London, America, all over the world, those corporate offices. You're not in there every day. So we know that, all of this lack of regulation through fast fashion means that greenwashing, this tiny, they may have a top that's organic cotton. It means nothing. So I don't believe in it. I do believe that they need to. So Mary Portas, I went to a great talk by her the other month, and she was telling me about Lush, the way that they changed their value system around fair trade, and actually really had to take a hit on profit. And they told their customer, this is why product is going to be increasing in price. They were really transparent about why they were shifting and how they were shifting. And they took a massive plummet on profit, but their customers came back. And so these brands have to admit that they have to change and take that hit, but somebody needs to take full responsibility to reimagine what's going to happen afterwards. So hopefully they will make that shift. But yeah, that's kind of all I wanted to say for now. I wouldn't trust them.
Yeah.
If they're producing that model, can't.
Yeah, just talking about celebrities just quickly, and you mentioned the Primark's kind of ethical, sustainable influencer, or what they were called. She got a lot of criticism for working with Primark and coming out and supporting Primark's sustainable range. And yeah, I just fully believe that anyone that has an influence or has a following, whatever they're promoting, they have a due diligence to research it and to know what they're actually pushing out to their followers and what they're actually promoting. And and also like all these YouTubers and influencers that do fast fashion hauls and like have their bags and bags full of stuff from Primark. Like, one thing like everyone who's watching this can do today is literally just go and unfollow those people that do those fast fashion hauls, because there is absolutely no need for them.
There's nothing more enraging than seeing people walking around on the tube with 4 huge bags from Primark that say this is a green bag on the outside. It's full of stuff made by slaves that's destroying the planet. It's so upsetting. It's I remember when a while ago when Tesco, one of my other favourite boycotts, they came out with a fair trade T-shirt for about £4, and everyone lost their mind, going, "Brilliant! Let's go and buy fair trade T-shirts from." Companies like that can have a loss leader, where people will then stop buying off of actually genuinely ethical brands because they think they're filling their ethical fashion quota by buying a T-shirt from Tesco. It's infuriating. There's just from what Kerry was mentioning earlier about Lush. I think it's very interesting. There's a book called The Ethical Capitalist about the guy that started Richer Sounds, and he was essentially, if you're investing in your staff and your people and paying people well, then over the long term it actually works out being better for your business, and profits will be better because your staff will stay with you longer. There'll be more trust within the industry, and overall It's a long game, but overall, it's going to work out better for your brand than just rinsing people for profits.
Again, it's about bravery, right? So again, something Kerry said too. It's about being brave as a brand owner. It's about taking it for a bit, putting your ethics behind it. But again, it's also, we've not mentioned the elephant in the room for me, which is policy. There's no policy on this. So when it comes to the 1 pence levy, everyone look up the 1 pence levy, a ridiculous motion that was put across that every item sold in fast fashion brands should have sent 1 pence to improve the situation when it comes to the ethical balance of it. It didn't even go through. It lasted maybe 3 months and it got rejected. So the government doesn't get involved. There's no policy getting written around to stop this. It's running away with itself. It's like, for me personally, I think there's a lot to be said for the bravery in the brands that do it, but the bravery in the consumer to wear old clothes. I mean, and again, there's great policy. We've heard today the Transparency Index, Who Made My Clothes, ethical fashion, the Ethical Fashion Index. We've got a huge amount of information that you start looking at brands that are getting there. It's always when the leadership is willing to take the hit and is willing to be brave.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add in there, the Fashion Roundtable as well are really providing insight into how to push legislation forward, because that is what we need, especially they're kind of a UK-based kind of governing body, so they're trying to well, in fact, they wrote a white paper, I think it was 2 years ago, and it got chucked out of Parliament, all about taking, retailers taking responsibility for their whole supply chain. So if you wanted to understand more about that, Fashion Roundtable is really worth to get involved in.
Yeah.
I'd like to give
I think
common objective. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. It's a quick point. Going back to what Paul said, before I really got into sustainability, I knew about the issues. But in my head, I thought that it was up to governments and environmental charities and big businesses to fix them. It wasn't until I actually started learning about things that I could do myself, and that there were things that I could do every day to make a change. And we've said, with these fashion brands having like a sustainable edit or whatever, that the responsibility is on the brands. And I feel a bit reluctant to say that, because I don't want people to kind of think, well, I can carry on as I am because I'm waiting for the brands to change. And I'm also very conscious that life is stressful. We have a lot of things to deal with, and it's hard to say to people, you need to change or you need to do this. But ultimately, a lot of responsibility is on the consumer, and there are definitely things that we can all be doing to impact change.
Those of us
I just wanted to add, you can actually write to your MP tonight, because on Fashion Roundtable they have a template, and so if you feel fired up about any of these issues and you want to stir up and make a move towards legislation changing, write to your MP. We are all empowered enough to do that. Yeah.
And just wanted to finally make a point, just give a plug to Common Objective, who used to be Ethical Fashion Forum many years ago and were really the leaders in bringing ethics to the fashion industry in the mainstream and starting the conversation. So I just wanted to mention them. And as I mentioned, Ethical Consumer magazine or website is just a great resource for not just fashion but for all your products.
Great. Oh, such great information. I feel like I'm going to be doing so much work. So we'll do one last question, and then we'll look at a few audience questions if you guys are good to run over just a little bit. So I know we've kind of touched on this, but what are your predictions for the future of the fashion industry? Do you think it can ever become completely, fully sustainable? Just what are your thoughts on that?
I'll jump in there. I might as well.
Okay.
So I asked this question to Ursula de Castro, who's the founder of Fashion Revolution, in Clubhouse the other week, and she was like, "I'm not a psychic. I'm not going to answer that." However, she had said previous to that in an interview, the future of fashion is made up of lots of little initiatives. So it's like lots of little things are going to make this great shift. And I really do believe that. I think it's going to take the consumer doing things differently. It's going to take education of our children, the next generation, and maybe a syllabus change in schooling of including sustainable and ethical practice from a really early age. I think it's going to take all the shareholders and stakeholders that are in these fashion brands and businesses to take ownership, and that doesn't mean just from the governance of the corporates and letting that trickle down. I think it's about self-empowerment. So even people, like me, that had a position in a corporate brand, actually what my value system didn't come into play. I knew it wasn't ethical. Some of the decisions I had to make, oh, this is going to close a factory down, but we're going to pull out of this order. We need to, because of margin. There's going to be a delay on this, so let's pull out of that. All of these unethical ways that we were putting strain on people that are already in a disempowered position in the supply chain. I was having to make those really unhealthy decisions, knowing that it wasn't helpful for the greater good of the people or the planet. So me going and studying sustainable innovation, and for me that was my own way of empowering myself in the work that I do. But I feel like everybody can do this, no matter where you are, who you're working for, wherever you are in education. It's taking responsibility. And then I do feel like it's all of these little shifts. And actually I feel like there's got to be a release of what we had in fast fashion being so accessible. It's like the Amazon culture, isn't it? That, oh my God, I'm not going to get it in one day, I'm going to get it in two. Suddenly we're in this mindset, and I think of it as a man-made mind construct. Actually, it's how can we dismantle this fast culture that we're in and come home. And I think, sorry, I've forgotten your name, but you said about the escalator. It's about this slowing everything right down. And I call it the art of slow in my work. It's really about coming back to the body. And so I feel like before I did yoga or meditation or actually came home to myself, I didn't really care about the earth. I didn't really I did care about the earth, but it was all up here until I came home to myself and my body, and the fact that everything was interconnected. Then I was like, now I understand I can see the macro for what it is. So I feel like there's a whole self-development cycle that has to take place, like a personal development journey. And that's when people are gonna have a clearer awakening or insight into how they can make shifts in their own lives. So yeah, there's so much more. There's mending, also De Castro's written a book about that. I've got a friend that's also a founding member of Fashion Revolution that set up a pattern shop called Mend Assembly, which is in Totnes. And actually, rather than it being a shop full of clothes, it's a shop full of patterns, and it's a micro factory. And she calls the fast fashion industry fabricated demand, demand that comes from nowhere. Do we need more? Probably not. So she's opening up this Mend Assembly where you go in, you get things, you understand how to make and mend your clothing, but also you can go in and look at for a pattern and say, oh, I'd love to invest in that suit. So, and get something made in the micro factory. So I think there's going to be so many different stakeholders bringing it all together to make that bigger shift. That's me done. Thank you.
So, Sophie or me? Sorry. Yeah, go.
Oh, we can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, I'd muted myself. So in answer to that question, another question I saw pop up about regarding whether this should be taught in schools. And I know you kind of touched on this point as well, Kerry. I think absolutely it should be, but ultimately there are so many things we need to be teaching in schools that we are not doing. There's so many things that needed to be added to the syllabus, and that is just a small part of them. We need to be teaching in schools a lot more about social media, about finances, and things like that. So yeah, it should be, but I think it's unlikely that it will be added to the curriculum anytime soon. And as for predictions for the fashion industry, I think after 2020 and this year, we're going to see the biggest shift in the industry that we've possibly ever seen. You know, we haven't had like just even things like virtual fashion shows and stuff like that. And I've seen some brands putting together some really innovative ways of displaying their new collections to customers. And so I'm not really sure what the future looks like, but I think the future going forward really looks different. And I think it'll be really interesting to watch the fashion industry over the next few years. And as I've said before, I really hope that the shift in what's happened and consumer trends over the last year, I really hope it gives way for more smaller brands to be able to break through and to educate their consumers. And also going slightly back to my point on celebrities as well, when they're endorsing all these large fashion brands, obviously they get the big paychecks for these fashion brands, but if they were to endorse a smaller brand, that just does so much for these smaller brands. So yeah, my hope is that the future goes more towards shopping small.
Mm-hmm. I would just add a couple of points to that, in that, you know, I think there'll always be a market, not a place, but a market for cheap products as long as there's poverty, you know, so it's going to be systemic. It's education, and it's about, you know, being bold and strong enough to actually act on those beliefs and decide if we're all guilty of it. We see something we want, big and shiny, we'll go and buy it. But, you know, it's about being able to say no and being able to say, have I actually got enough? I mean, it's no surprise really for anyone that knows Ursula that she's kind of leading the way in these upcycling type of events. And you know, with a lot of the high street shops going to be abandoned, and, you know, after COVID, things are going to change a lot. I'd love to see, you know, garment workers and people that actually know how to use sewing machines being able to, you know, put on a lot more of these type of events where people bring their old clothes, give them maybe 2 or 3 items and get them to upcycle it into something completely brand new and totally unique, and then pay them for the actual work of doing that, you know. And I think there will hopefully just be a lot more effort being put into individualism as opposed to just you know, everyone looking the same. So yeah, so power to Ursula.
I'll jump. Yeah, just to, I mean, I'm a big fan of Ursula myself, and it was something she said to me years ago about, again, I'd spent 12 years at London College of Fashion, and one thing they did very well was about the education aspect, where every single student had to learn about sustainability or ethical practice within their degree, regardless of what they were doing. It was just brought in, at the time it was Professor Francis Connor, who's now the warden at Goldsmiths. But I think there's something to be said about education at university level. Again, we've got 20,000 fashion students graduating every year in the UK. We don't need any more fashion students. And that's a ridiculous thing to probably say, but it was something that Ursula said to me over some cocktails one night, which was, think about it as, let's create a degree around creative waste engineering. And that's the kind of an innovation that will change the industry, is it making these small changes. I mean, the industry itself is unsustainable. So the future for me is educating a different type of designer, not thinking that you need a catwalk, not thinking that you need to hit this much in sales, to understand that it's about a lifestyle choice. And Kerry, thank you so much, because I think what you're saying about that reconnection is so important. So I would invite people to look at the work of Kate Fletcher, for example, when we're talking about the craft of use, when we're getting back to what's meaningful to us. The issue is it's a middle class aspect, but it's a middle age concern as well. So we need to get the younger consumers asking about this, feeling that vitality that they do for veganism, or it may even be vegetarianism, and thinking about what they're putting in their skin, putting on their body, and then putting on their body. It's really, you know, this is our spaceship. We need to look after it, but we need to do it very quickly. I think the fast fashion industry is far too big. That has to shrink. It's hyper-localism, so it's producing things within your postcode, understanding the travel of it, but really looking at local producers, really thinking about what you've got in your wardrobe and what you can learn skill-wise to be independent of this massive machine, which is just a capitalist drive toward putting us in and below our neck. So yeah, I think there's optimism, but I think we have to show innovation in how we train our graduates, and they have to push the industry from the inside.
And
Awesome.
one final point I was going to make off the back of what Paul just said is people's perception of veganism, of Extinction Rebellion has changed. It's now mainstream. It wasn't 10 years ago. It wasn't 5 years ago. So that's only a positive thing. It's not just Swampy and people eating mung bean salad that you see, on these marches. It's mainstream. If you read the Daily Mail or the Sun, then you wouldn't actually get a fair representation of how important these issues are to most people. But they are here and they're not going away. Environmentalism is not going to go away. It's not going to be a fad. So that we can take some hope in that is how we act on it, I think.
Yep, definitely.
I just wanted to add I just wanted to add that there's a great book, just going on what Paul just said, called Cradle to Cradle, which is about rethinking the design process. And I do think that really has inspired me and awoken me to think about the way in which we design things. Design, where is it going to go? Is it going to go afterwards? And can we recycle it? Can we reuse it? Or is it just going to end up on landfill? So I really enjoyed that book. And also the Patagonia owner, and I can't remember his name, wrote a really amazing book as well that speaks to ethical business and really looking after all of the stakeholders in his business. So that's another good book, and I can send you all of those titles. And the last thing I wanted to add was AI. I mean, AI and I've got 2 boys. I am in middle age, like Paul spoke to. So I do think it's about all of us uniting on this front from all generations. But my boy, he's just turned 13 and he's buying a skin for this and a dance for this. And actually the way AI is going to change the future of fashion is really huge. Because would you buy a Dolce & Gabbana dress as a skin and put it on yourself instead of going out to buy an actual dress? I mean, yeah, probably. Spend £15 on buying a designer dress that you're going to wear on social media. So, I think that is going to definitely change the face of how people are showing up towards fashion, and there is a desensitization towards buying online anyway. But then I think there's going to be 2 extremes. I think there's still going to be the sensitive going in. You'll never get away from that human to human contact of going in and getting a feel of fabrics and choosing and that whole well-being cycle of feeling good when you're putting clothes next to your skin and trying them on, and all of that experiential side of purchasing. But I do feel like there's a desensitization with this new generation that are like, oh yeah, they'll just buy things online without touching. And so the AI is another way that it's actually pushing forward this way of relating to fashion in a different way.
Definitely. I feel like we could go on and on for hours about this. You guys have been so incredible, have given us so much knowledge, so much insight, so much to think about. Unfortunately, we do have to let you guys go. I'm really sorry to anyone whose question we didn't get to answer, but hopefully everyone's given you guys something to think about. So we are now going to be taking a quick break. We will be tuning back in at 3 for our debate on whether mass production can ever be ethical. And during that time, we're going to be playing our sponsor reels. For everyone in the audience, please feel free to send in your fashion show videos in your favorite sustainable outfits. And another thank you and round of applause to our speakers. You guys were so incredible. Had the greatest insight. So happy. I feel like I've learned so much and definitely have so many more tactics and things that I can be doing to help myself and help the planet.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for having us. Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Thank you, everyone, so much for tuning back in. Now we have our debate on mass production. Can it ever be ethical? On one side, we have Maisha from the No Sweat campaign, and on the opposition, we have Eden James. Let's see. And do you guys want to start off telling us a bit about yourselves and your backgrounds?
Yeah, I'll go. My name is Maisha. I represent No Sweat, a campaign group which aims to show solidarity with garment workers, both through activism, campaigning, and also through supporting a worker-led factory in Bangladesh. My background, I'm generally just a blogger who talks about workers' rights and exploitation in the garment industry, and generally globally. And yeah, that's about it, really.
Very cool.
Cool. I'm Eden. I'm a university student. I was just sort of asked to do this today, and I thought it'd be good fun. I'm trying to be a bit more like sustainable and more conscious about like the environment and the people that make our clothes and stuff. So I thought it would be good fun to try something out and sort of get involved a bit.
Cool. Perfect. So let's get started. Okay, so let's just begin with how sustainable would you say mass production is as of right now in this very moment?
I would say not very sustainable. I mean, if you look at the work, for me, I always look at sustainability from the worker's perspective. And when you look at the fact that the cost of clothing the cost that brands impose on factories to make clothes is declining, the fact that lead times are shortening, so the amount of time they give to workers to produce these clothes. If you look at the new ultra fast fashion movement, which is basically brands like Boohoo, Pretty Little Thing, having an online base where they only produce small quantities and demand them within a short space of time to factories that are local. So we've got Leicester and other UK-based factory hubs here. So when you look at the fact that working conditions are getting worse, well, not worse, but the expectations from brands are getting worse as they are simultaneously trying to put on this kind of sustainable imagery of being perfect and amazing, when really everything's kind of getting worse from the campaigning side, and you're constantly trying to push these brands to actually act on what they're promising. It's very I don't think mass production could ever be sustainable until they pay workers a living wage, they allow trade unions, they decrease the expectations of overtime and low pay, etc. So at the current conditions, I would say no.
Okay.
Eden? So I think if we look at it from the other side, I think at the moment, like the unfortunate reality is that for the big brands, this is extremely sustainable at the moment because they know that people are going to continue buying these clothes. They know that they can put things up on their websites like Boohoo and Pretty Little Thing, like you said, and people will buy it. And I think whilst there is the demand for it, it will always be sustainable as a business plan, even though that means that it's not sustainable for the environment and it's taken advantage of people. I think as long as there is the demand for it and these companies are happy to exploit people and they're able to sort of let go of their sort of ethics, that these things will continue. And I feel like that is sort of the unfortunate truth, that the model of business that they have created is sought after, and you can sort of see that from looking on like social media where these sort of brands are very much pushed and it's almost like glamorized and people want to buy from them. And I think until people realize that maybe we shouldn't be buying from them, then the businesses will be able to carry on.
All right. And next question, we have, what are the main ethical conundrums surrounding mass production, and how and have they or how can they be solved? Maisha?
Yeah, so again, I would say in terms of the conditions that brands are imposing, because again, I think one thing I want to go back on before was the idea that we are pushing the demand, because really it was this whole fast fashion movement began when Zara decided that they would be pushing this new model of fast fashion, and so they'd introduce a new line every 2 weeks. and it creates this need and this idea that we need to be updating. So I think rather than looking at it from the consumer perspective, where on the consumer side we constantly want clothes, fair enough, like a lot of people do, but these are the businesses and corporates that are creating this demand in the first place, by saying, look, we have clothes every 2 weeks and this is how fashion should be, because before we were having a new line every season or something, and now it's literally every 2 weeks, which is absurd. So I think a lot of the time we do need to put the onus on the businesses and the corporations for choosing to have a business model which doesn't have to be this way. I forgot the question, sorry, I went on a tangent.
Oh, good. Yeah, so it was what are the main like ethical conundrums surrounding mass production? How can they be solved? Have they been solved?
So the main issues are workers working on poverty wages, if even poverty wages, being forced to work overtime, gender-based violence, because the garment industry predominantly are 80% women, which is because they are more easily exploitable by brands. And I think one thing we're facing more so now is the contradiction between brands, what is called greenwashing, where brands are putting on this kind of sustainable, ethical facade while this is happening behind the scenes. So H&M have been pushing sustainability at us, like constantly, like creating all these campaigns. But I'm literally part of a campaign where we're trying to force them to pay forced compensation for a worker who was murdered and killed by her supervisor and was abused by him. And we're also trying to push them to sign an agreement to end gender-based violence. So it's this contradiction that we're constantly faced with, where we are being told these brands are sustainable, but in reality, they are really not. And if you look at the stats, if you want to look at how they treated workers during the pandemic, and how they decided to throw them under the bus, refused to pay their wages for months because they wanted to save their profits, because all their stores had closed. And they were like, oh, we're going to lose our profit, let's not pay our factories, even though the factories had already made the clothes or were in the process of making the clothes. And you left all these thousands of workers with no money for months. And we were literally having to campaign every day, telling you to do your duty, which is pay your workers. And it's just this really ridiculous idea that these brands, who have shown just the epitome of immorality, are being able to put themselves forward as being sustainable.
Mm-hmm. And Eden, do you have?
Yeah, I was going to say it's really interesting. I think especially like the whole greenwashing thing, it's very easy to sort of fall for it. I know that I've sort of seen the H&M sort of their sustainability model and thought, oh, they must be better than sort of some of the other fast fashion brands. And I think that's really difficult when you're sort of a consumer and that you haven't properly sort of like looked into sustainability, because you see that and you're like, oh, that's more sustainable, I'll shop there. Whereas now, obviously, like what you were saying about the factory worker that died, I saw that on social media and I was like, oh, okay. And then that was sort of on me to then go and find that information and educate myself, because sort of the mainstream is showing that, oh, H&M is more sustainable, but you have to sort of hope that people are going to look past that and find out the information for themselves.
Mm-hmm. And so our next question is going to be kind of similar to what we've been talking about. What are big companies doing to change their ways, and do you feel like it is enough? Let's see, Maisha, do you want to go first?
I don't know. It looks like she's kind of frozen. But
let's see. Okay, Eden, we'll start with you.
So I think that's definitely something I need to look into more to see sort of what brands are doing. But I suppose if we look at sort of brands like Depop, I suppose it's not really a brand, it's a platform, but they are sort of on the rise now as people are realizing that sustainability is something that we should sort of like look towards. Because I think it's quite difficult to sort of almost know what brands are doing, because I think that a lot of them, they put these sort of sustainability announcements on their websites, and I have seen them, and it's kind of like they're not really telling you much. They're sort of just putting it on there to say that they've put it on there. And I just don't think that that is enough. And I think that maybe the answer would be sort of moving away from fast fashion brands and finding clothing elsewhere. But at the same time, I do understand that for some people that is quite difficult, because having the sort of cheaper clothing makes it more accessible to some people that perhaps can't afford like the more sustainable options, or they can't afford sort of the more inflated prices on Depop. So I think that there's a lot of factors that go into it.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. I think Maisha is having a bit technical difficulties. Let's see if we can get these fixed up. Let's give her a minute or two, and hopefully we can fix. Let's see. All right. Well, while we're waiting for Maisha, do you just want to do the next question, and then when she comes on, we can have her answer both of them?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. Okay, so then our next question is going to be, under U.S. law, a sweatshop is defined as a factory that violates 2 or more labor laws. Under this premise, how prevalent are they really?
I think sort of, as we've seen, that it is quite prevalent, especially in sort of the less developed countries. But I think also the Times article this summer that came out about what was going on in Leicester was quite shocking, because it's almost as though when we look at sort of fast fashion and sweatshops, our minds do go to sort of the less developed countries. So I think it's quite shocking then to suddenly see that actually it's happening in our country too, and that sort of they were definitely classed as sweatshops because they weren't getting paid properly, they weren't being given the like COVID protection, they were in bad working conditions, they were told not to tell anyone that they worked there. So I think that they are more prevalent than we think they are. I would never have known that had I not sort of read that article in the summer that it was sort of going on here, because I think our minds sort of think about the countries where the labour laws perhaps aren't quite what they are here, but really it's more about them. They're doing it in secret, and that's quite worrying.
Definitely. So Maisha, the one Eden just answered, I'll give to you, and then we can go back on the one before that you just missed. So this one was, under U.S. law, a sweatshop is defined as a factory that relates 2 or more labor laws. Under this premise, how prevalent do you think they really are?
I mean, I think that law I find quite problematic, because there are so many interrelated working conditions that would, like, what you can't specify between two, because if there's, for example, if trade unions are banned, that in everything, whether it's wages, health and safety, etc. So the idea of quantifying labor rights or like labor conditions is a bit problematic. But if I were to consider that, I think pretty much, I don't think, unless it's a cooperative and it's very prevalent basically, because there's no evidence of any mainstream brand giving living wage. There's factories that are, and I think you were referring to Leicester, I think, or something, when just as I came. Yeah, it's disgraceful there. It's actually, like, I think we don't realize how bad it is until these reports come out, but I think it's much more worse that, because it's so, like you said, it's so secret and so hidden, and a large part of that is the fact that we have this hostile environment policy in the UK, which basically makes it such that migrant workers are more scared of getting deported than speaking out about these conditions. So now there's these conditions that are just harboring and getting worse, and no one can speak out about it because they fear their lives. And it's this really horrible the system we have in the UK that is so, and you're right, it is so deeply embedded and it's so secretly hidden and it's very well hidden, and the government have done little to nothing. I mean, they cut any sort of what did they cut? They cut like a health and safety group that inspected factories. The inspectorate is very minimal. They say that they decided to blame the fact that Asian suppliers are predominant there, so people are too scared to call out racism. That's Priti Patel, so everybody knows what she's about. So it's very, very easy to for the government to kind of just push it aside. So in the UK, definitely very prevalent, more than we can even imagine, not just limited to Leicester. In the global south, definitely prevalent as well, because these brands are moving to wherever they can find cheaper labor costs. So right now, I think Myanmar was very popular because it had just become kind of liberalized trade, and there wasn't no minimum wage. But now there's a lot of organizing happening there. Now they've moved to Ethiopia because there's no trade union movement. There's no minimum wage, and the wages are right now the lowest in the world in terms of the garment industry. So the fact that these brands are still trying to find where they can get this cheap labor, like it's pretty it's implied throughout that it's very prevalent because this is what the businesses want.
Right. And so the question that we did before that, just really quickly, what would you say big companies are doing to change their ways? And I know we talked about greenwashing a bit. So do you feel like it's enough? What are some things you think that they could be doing more of?
Yes, I think it begins from the ultimate distribute your wealth. So pay your workers a living wage, maybe stop expecting the way it works is that it's a really twisted mechanism, because it's like if we go to the shop, to go Tesco, and we buy bread and they tell us how much it is and we say, okay, we pay for it. With the suppliers, the brand goes to the supplier, says, I want this bread, and it's going to be 2p. And that's how it works with them. So until we have this, we address this imbalance where the brands impose conditions on suppliers and force them to be working on minimum pay, so that the brands know can't cover health and safety. They know it can't cover wages. They don't care because it's got nothing to do with them, because they've subcontracted them. So they need to address that balance of power. And I think the fact that last year in the pandemic, they were able to say when they're not going to pay for their clothes just like that out of nowhere, because they've got the power to do so. So it's like acknowledging that there's a power imbalance there, heavily on the side of the brand. Pay living wage, allow trade unions and support trade unions. Don't just throw them under the bus or ignore there's a flight, because essentially trade unions are the ones who push the wages up, and brands don't like that. So it's very much kind of, yeah, we support them on the outside, but on the inside they're literally neglecting any time there's like right now there's a trade union in Sri Lanka in a factory owned by Next, who haven't been recognised by Next yet, which makes it harder to agree on conditions. So this is just one case of many. So predominantly trade unions, wages, imbalance of power, and I think those are the main things. Distribute your wealth to your workers and stop hoarding.
Yeah. And so speaking of wages, what are your guys' thoughts on a global living wage? Eden, do we want to start with you?
Yeah, sure. I suppose I feel like a global living wage would be interesting, because I suppose it depends on sort of what things cost in different countries and how that could be sort of exploited, sort of having a global living wage, and how you could set a global living wage and things can be then inflated around that, which could still lead to sort of exploitation. Whereas if it was like you look at a certain country and think, how much would you actually need to live here, and implemented a living wage based on what those people need to live comfortably, that would be more of a sort of better system, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think a fear I have with a global living wage is like the fact that brands, as usual, try to pay the least, And so they'll try and create a wage that is based on the lowest kind of calculation they can find. And so you've got a group called Asia Floor Wage, which actually calculate living wage in different countries. And it is important to specify, like, to hone down on the wages of it, that the living wage that would be acceptable for a particular, not just country, but also kind of the town or the city. So London is very different to like somewhere else, the living wage. So it would be really important if we do have a global living wage for it to be specified in terms of where people live and the conditions and the living costs, etc. Because I fear that if there was one, brands would pretty much use that to pay the minimum. And I think minimum wage is a good example of that. People will say, "Oh yeah, we pay minimum wage." That, how are you supposed to live on like £8 an hour or something in the UK? Like, it's ridiculous. So I think yeah, there's a lot to consider with a global living wage.
For sure. And so our next question is, we talked about this a bit in our panel just earlier. So how much responsibility is on the consumer versus how much responsibility would you say is on the producer? Maisha, do you want to go ahead?
I think one thing I've always tried to push in my work is that the onus is predominantly on the corporations and the ones who are creating the system in the first place, because unfortunately we're all in a position, whether it's the wages we get, whether it's just basically we're put in a situation where we have to buy from certain brands and we can't, a lot of people aren't in a position to be controlling that. Obviously there's a extent to which we need to control ourselves in terms of consumption, reusing, being aware, making sure everyone's aware, being solidarity with garment workers and sharing their struggles, etc. But I think in terms of who is responsible for this whole situation, by putting it on ourselves, and I think brands have tried to do that as well by saying, you can be sustainable, you can do this, I think it creates this neoliberal idea that we are all responsible as individuals for the world, and that just detracts us from blaming the brands at hand. So if you look at, again, I will mention it again, the Pay Up campaign from last year, that was solely focused on targeting brands. Everybody was focused on brands. It wasn't about, I need to buy this, I need to do this, I need to. It was about targeting the brands. And as a result, we got literally millions were supposedly returned. We still need to confirm if that's true or not. But many brands in the end U-turned and decided they would pay their workers. That was because of collective action against brands. And for years, we've been having this whole like kind of ethical fashion, sustainability. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad because it's really good, but the fact that the emphasis has been on this sector of buying ethically and sourcing ethically, but essentially where our real power is collectively organizing against brands. And we've seen that impact, not even just last year, but with workers in Myanmar who have been union busting and organizing, and we've been standing solidarity with them. Rana Plaza pushing brands to pay for the compensation of the workers who died and their families. So I think, while obviously as an individual you need to look at what you're buying or what you're not buying, where can you buy more ethically, etc., that is only part of what should be a bigger aspect of your activism, which is essentially pushing brands and putting the onus on them rather than yourself, because you don't be a whole guilt trip and internally feeling guilty all the time, and really there's a big corporation at hand who has so much power and so much wealth and is dictating how much workers are getting paid rather than you.
And Eden?
Yeah, I sort of agree, but I also think that there are some people who definitely consume a lot more. And if you go on sort of like YouTube, you'll see people doing haul videos like every week where they've bought immense amount of clothing from fast fashion brands. And I think that we should be holding also these people accountable, as well as the big corporations, that these people are pushing to us, like, you need a new wardrobe like every week. Look what I've bought, you can go and buy this too. And I think that until that sort of stops, the consumers are going to feel almost pressurized that they need to be up with the latest trends. They need to be wearing the new outfits. They need all these clothes. So I do think there needs to be a change in mindset of like the consumer and those that are pushing it to the consumer, before we can really sort of see a sustainability. And I think that until sort of I think the main thing that will really make the corporations think is if there is no longer the big sort of want for fast fashion, if people are sort of saying no. And I think we're already starting to see that a bit, but I think it needs to be much larger before sort of corporations will sort of realize that what they're doing is like should be stopped and isn't going to be profitable forever, because people are going to realize that they shouldn't be buying from them. But yeah, I do also think that it is on sort of like the corporations, because ultimately if they stopped doing what they were doing, if they paid people living wages, I think people would still buy clothes. People are always going to want to buy clothes, but they have the ultimate power to make it more sustainable. They can pay people sort of the proper wages. They can improve the conditions in their factories. They just sort of aren't choosing to do so.
Right. And so to follow up for you, so from the side that mass production can be ethical, do you feel the responsibility should still be placed on the corporation?
Yeah, I feel like they're the only people that are going to be able to make it truly ethical. I suppose people can, even if like people stopped buying fast fashion, they can't then make it ethical because they're not the ones controlling the wages or the working conditions of those who are working for these companies. I suppose they're just sort of taken. I think the best thing would be for them to have better working conditions, because I suppose if everyone just stopped buying from these companies, the people would be left without a job because people wouldn't be buying the clothes. Whereas if it's sort of the other way around and they are paid proper living conditions, then they've got a job with good living conditions and good like wages. I think you don't want it to go so far where these people are left like without a job.
Right. Very true. So moving on to our next question. What is the most important step producers should make towards sustainable mass production? Let's go, Maisha.
So, I mean, firstly, mass production can't be ethical, so I think it would have to be reducing production, so reducing the amount of lines. You don't need a new line every 2 weeks, and normalizing that, because again, brands are the ones who introduced this idea that we can have clothes every other week, and it obviously created this conception among the public that we can have that without people dying in the process, which is completely false. So I think obviously reducing lines and normalizing the fact that you don't need a line every 2 weeks. I think again, living wage is crucial. I think if you're a mere $1 billion brand, there's literally nothing stopping you other than greed. So I think paying living wage, obviously, I think allowing trade unions, because again, I mentioned this a lot, but it's important that workers are able to represent themselves. So in the instance that there is a worker violation in terms of wages, or a worker being abused, I think having representation that allows you to have collective bargaining and decide on your own working conditions allows for better working conditions generally. And I think, I mean, yeah, those are pretty much the main ones really, but I think worker representation is really key in these situations. And also a lot of there's a cooperative setup, which is probably the ideal, where workers have a stake in the corporation, in the company, and they can decide how their conditions are. And I think ideally, if if corporations wanted to be sustainable, creating these cooperatives and because we need a new model, right? This model isn't working, and we know it's not going to work because everything is based on profit and greed. So having these cooperatives where workers have a stake in the company and in the factory, and they can decide their own work conditions as well, is key. And yeah, those are the main points for me.
Okay, yeah, awesome. And Eden, what would you say in opposition? So what are some steps producers can make towards sustainable mass production while keeping with mass production practices?
So I suppose just being more mindful of what they are producing. I suppose if you made items that people are going to wear multiple times, then that is more sustainable than what is happening now, and you could still mass produce them. But also sort of using the correct materials that are going to last. I think at the moment, a big thing about how this mass production is not sustainable at the moment is because the materials used are not going to last, and so you're going to have to sort of throw that out and buy something else. Whereas I think if it was sort of better quality materials, or they use recyclable materials, or if they, like, there are brands that have set up these like recycling material banks, which I've seen that they're sort of not quite what they're saying they are. But if they were to use them properly, and that the materials that people donate are going back into the fashion industry, then that is making it more sustainable, because they're not using new materials. They're not pumping new materials out into the sort of populace. But I think sort of there's always going to be a sense that fashion is mass produced because there's so many people in the world, and there is going to be things that you're not going to want to buy sort of secondhand, like say underwear. You're probably, I mean, you're going to sort of want to buy that firsthand. And even if that is produced enough for everybody in the world, that is still mass production. So I think that we can still have mass production, but the extent to which things are mass produced at the moment is astronomical. And as long as sort of brands are thinking more sustainably and about how the materials they're using and about how they treat the workers, I think we could still see it en masse, but just not quite as en masse as it is at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. Good points on both sides. Okay, so we have one more question from me, and then we're going to open it up to the audience for some debate questions. So in relation to the last question we had, what is the best steps that consumers can take towards a more sustainable mass production, being a part of that system? Maisha, do you want to go ahead with being first?
Yeah, sure. So for me, I feel like it's pretty obvious from what I'm going to say. I think being in solidarity with garment workers and making sure you are part of the activism that goes towards demanding these brands change, because again, our collective power has proven time and time again that it is so powerful, and we have the potential to stand in solidarity with the garment workers. And it's not just limited to that, but I think being aware of the fact that workers are literally doing most of the work for us. Like, they are protesting non-stop. They are facing like every other, like my job is to constantly keep updated on what's happening in the garment industry, and every other day I'm telling you there's a protest in factories demanding their wages, demanding that workers who got dismissed are reinstated. Like, this is happening on the ground constantly. And I think I'm not saying do this every day in research, but I think if you do come across these cases, like, please do support workers and share what's happening, and keep pushing this idea that obviously collective action is key, and we can make a systemic change, being aware of the worker movements on the ground, so that we don't kind of do things that don't work along them. So, for example, boycotting was a big campaigning sort of strategy in the UK, but workers are saying, don't boycott, we don't want you to boycott. And for a long time, this boycott thing has been pushed and pushed and pushed, and now eventually I think people are realizing boycotting isn't the answer in terms of what workers are saying, what unions are saying. So listening to what's happening on the ground. In terms of your own consumption, obviously I'd say, like, reduce your consumption if you within your means. Just be conscious and mindful of what you're buying and how often. But yeah, I guess my predominant sort of message is to show solidarity and be active. Like, it's okay to have these conversations, be good about what you're going to take from it and what you're going to do online. So, for example, tomorrow is the call of action to demand H&M sign a binding agreement against gender-based violence. So everyone's going to be on Twitter, Instagram, everywhere, calling for them. And so far, we've actually succeeded in pushing them to pay compensation, which is amazing. So I think it's just this sort of collective activism that really has its power.
Yeah, definitely. And so, Eden, what would you say consumers can do to still participate in this mass production, but maybe in a more sustainable or ethical way?
Yeah, I think sort of realizing that you're not going to be able to just sort of change overnight. Like, a lot of the things that, like, I've sort of looked into how I can be more sustainable, and a lot of the people say, like, it is a journey. I think a lot of the time, if you say, I'm not going to buy anything that I don't need anymore, that you'll keep doing that, and then you'll sort of break and just go on a massive haul. So I think realizing that it's a journey and that you should just sort of be buying less and less, and sort of thinking about what you need, thinking about how this will go with the rest of your wardrobe. It's so easy to see sort of one piece of clothing and think, oh, I love that, and then sort of getting it and realizing that actually now I need to buy something else because that doesn't match anything that I own. So I think like just thinking about how you'll be wearing things before you buy them, and how sort of where it's coming from, could you find it better, like sort of more ethically elsewhere. But yeah, sort of realizing that it's sort of like a journey and you've got to sort of like slowly find your way into sort of being more sustainable and how you can do that. And I've like looked into it, so I know there's like so many resources out there that sort of can help you if you want to sort of start that journey.
For sure. And so it looks like we've got a question in the comments. Do you guys feel that it is better for people to have a job in bad conditions with low pay, or to have no job at all? If these companies pay their staff more, they may hire less of them. Maisha, do you want to go first while Eden's taking a drink?
I mean, it's pretty obvious what the answer would be, which is obvious. It's better to have a job than not have a job. But I think the idea that it has to be in either or situation, when we're forgetting that these brands are billion-dollar brands. They have every right and every resource available to be paying their workers, and the conception that it's not possible because they're selling stock cheap is, if you look at their profits, you'll see that there is no way they can't be doing what they can't be paying the workers wages, they can't be protecting their workers. I mean, if you look at so No Sweat, we source t-shirts from Operaggio, which is a worker-owned factory in Bangladesh, where the workers are paid living wage. They're not working overtime. Basically everything is really good for workers in terms of the working conditions. And this is a small company, and we are a voluntary brand. We are a voluntary organization. If people like that can do it, what is stopping a billion-dollar brand from doing that? So I think the idea is that either or is something that brands have pushed for so long, saying, oh, it's so hard, we can't do it, it's really difficult. But why are they able to put out a whole range or whole line of recycled denim and inventing new kind of recycled materials? That is a lot of science and a lot of technical skill that's involved, and they can afford that. But what is stopping them from paying their workers? And it's just profit, because they can profit from putting themselves forward as sustainable and look at this selected line that's cheaper for us to produce than paying our workers, because our whole business model is dependent on paying our workers poverty wages. So it's that idea is that is an either or, and if these companies pay their staff more, they may hire less of them. That's their problem then. The brand, they can afford to pay for all of them, to be honest. They can afford to pay it. It's just a choice that they've made. It's an idea they've created that it's an either or situation. They'll have to sacrifice things. They don't need to, because they're billion-dollar brands who hire celebrities for millions of dollars. They can pay one person $1 million just for putting a campaign out, but they can't pay their workers like £5 or whatever it is worth, because again in Bangladesh it's cheaper, the labor's cheaper, so they're exploiting obviously. So yeah, I just say there's no either or in this situation. They completely afford it, they just choose not to.
Okay. Eden, do you have anything to say in regards to that?
Sort of say that sort of the fact that people are working in these conditions and that they are sort of staying in those jobs sort of shows that they must have a reason to be there. They must sort of know that that is better than sort of being in no job at all. Sort of the option between having bad conditions with low pay and sort of having some money to support your family, as opposed to having no job at all, and these people may have children that they have to provide for. So yeah, it is quite sad. But also I think when you say about like the companies may hire in less because they have to pay their staff more, I think that sort of if more companies start doing it, then that will mean other companies also sort of realize that they need to pay their workers more, and so more factories will be paying workers more, which I think will create sort of more jobs. I would sort of say that a lot of the time I've seen sort of like sustainable brands where they sort of produce in sort of European countries, because obviously they sort of know that labour laws there are sort of more in line with their views, which I suppose is really good that they're being more sustainable. But I think that just sort of opened the question of whether they are sort of taking the jobs away from sort of the people that were creating the fashion in the first place, and maybe they should just make their more sustainable clothes in factories where the people need the jobs but still paying them more.
Mhm.
I don't know.
All right. And so let's check the comments. How can the older demographic be engaged in the sustainability model? Eden, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I don't know. I do think that sort of the sustainable options are almost pushed more towards the older demographic from what I've seen. I feel like fast fashion is very much aimed at sort of younger people where they want to follow the trends and where they are finding their style. Whereas I feel like sort of the more sustainable brands almost are sort of towards the older demographic. They have sort of the sort of classic timeless look about them that I think does feed more into the sort of older demographic. I'm not 100% sure if that's 100% right, but from what I've seen, that's sort of the thing that I don't know. That's the sort of thing that I've sort of seen, and I suppose like the older demographic, they almost have like more money to invest in the sustainable options, and I feel like it's more available to them. So if we compared sort of the older demographic where they're working full-time jobs to like students or teenagers, where like teenagers will probably maybe have a part-time job, students probably have a part-time job, they have less money to invest in the sustainable options. And so I think that's where the push needs to be for these people that are maybe like don't know where to put their money to sort of tell them. Whereas the older demographic sort of, I know that my parents are like, oh, I'll buy this, it's more expensive, but they have more money to spend on clothes and they know that it will last them a long time. And I suppose as well, like they're not growing anymore. I suppose like when you're like going through puberty, it's kind of like you probably will need to buy new clothes every so often because your body is changing. Whereas when you're older, you sort of, unless you do something to lose weight or gain weight, your body is sort of going to stay a bit more the same, so you can sort of afford to invest in those pieces.
Yeah, definitely makes a lot of good points. Maisha, what do you have to say in regards to the question?
Another option is buying secondhand if you're considering in terms of your choices or purchases. I mean, secondhand and charity shops are always a good option. And I think reusing the clothes you have as well is like a sustainable option, to be honest, because I know that we've kind of been conditioned to wear something maybe 3-4 times and not wear it again. But I think being aware of what you have already and what you have available is, and just normalizing that you're reusing and re-wearing your clothes, because even myself, sometimes I'd wear something for a special occasion and I feel weird about wearing it again for another because I've already pictured it, like I've got that in my head and it's really weird that I can't get that out. So I think it's just trying to change your mindset really in terms of sustainable fashion option.
And would you say it's more, do you think sustainability is more geared or like advertised towards the younger generations or more older generations, or the fast fashion route? How do you feel it's marketed to?
Initially, I feel like it was a lot towards the older generation in terms of the clothes and the kind of when I was younger, I think it was largely older and I couldn't really relate to a lot of it. But I think because the younger generation is it's just become like the whole social justice movement has become more normalized among the young generation who are protesting out in the streets, etc. So now there's obviously a conversation about the garment workers and garment industry coming. So I think that's why it's kind of being pushed towards the younger ones, because they know they can market it towards there, because now brands are also co-opting the whole social justice movement. And then not so much them, but also sustainable brands are aware that young people are getting more involved. And we also didn't really have many options when we were younger. But when we were younger, we didn't have a lot of like sort of young looking clothing options. So I think that's where I think it's become more, I feel like it's very balanced now, to be honest, as far as I know.
Yeah. Definitely. It definitely does seem like it can be kind of on either end. James has a really good question. If a person has the ambition of creating a multinational corporation, is it possible enough at the moment to be a billionaire owner without exploiting cheaper labor? Maisha, what do you have to say about that?
No, it's not possible. It's any billionaire was at some point exploited labor. It's literally billion is a lot of money, and you can't get that far without putting workers on minimum wage if it's not minimum wage or poor working conditions. And I think if you look at a billionaire or millionaire sort of list, you've got the Zara, Amancio Ortega, who runs Inditex, which is a parent company of Zara. You've got Jeff Bezos, let's not even go there with Amazon. But so yeah, it's not possible. Sorry.
All right. Eden, what do you have to say in regards to James' question?
I'd say maybe not billionaire, but I think you could still make a large amount of money, because I think people definitely are looking towards more sort of sustainable ideas at the moment. And I suppose if people know that they can sort of have this in their wardrobe for like 10 or 20 years, I'm sure that they're willing to pay a lot more, and therefore you're still maintaining a profit margin, even though you are paying people the same, like a better wage. So I suppose it's about sort of working out the profit margins and still respecting that. And I think people would be willing to pay more money knowing that the people that have made the item are sort of good, well paid and in good working conditions. I feel like maybe billionaire is quite a lot of money, but I think you could still create a good multinational corporation.
Very interesting. Let's see. Do we have any more questions from the audience? Let's see if any pop up. Huh? Thank you, Alice. When brands like ASOS have a sustainable edit, are they still mass producing? And if they are they doing it sustainably? Maisha, what would you say?
I think those sustainable edits are just small collections as far as I'm aware. So they have like a small collection which is made. I mean, the idea with sustainability generally, that word is very open and intentionally, because it means brands can say anything is sustainable. So if it's made of recycled cotton but it's made in a sweatshop, it's technically, you can call it sustainable. If there's a small part of it that's recycled or like used some, I don't know, they can manipulate anything to be claimed sustainable. So H&M have recently caught fire over this because of previous lines where they said something was sustainable, but when you looked at the material conditions, it kind of went against what they were saying. So I think with the ASOS one, I'm aware that they're working, they've got their clothes being produced in factories where like workers are being exploited. So in terms of these sustainable lines, I think it was probably the material that was recycled. I haven't looked at their one particularly, but if they haven't got anything on working conditions and the fact that they are, there's a fashion checker which checks living wage, and they're paying poverty wage. So, I mean, take sustainability how you want, but if you want to if you include working conditions in that, then you can say no, it's not.
Eden, what would you have to say?
Yeah, I suppose it does just sort of depend on what you class as sort of sustainable. I suppose it's somewhat sustainable if they're using recycled materials, and that's I think just because it's a bit more sustainable than their other brand, like the rest of their brand, doesn't mean it's like fully perfect. But I suppose it sort of shows that they're sort of trying to move forwards. I don't know whether they're sort of doing it because they know sustainability is almost like in at the moment. But I suppose at least they're doing something, even if they're not doing everything. And hopefully if they get a good rapport from doing something, that will push them to do more. So yeah, I suppose it's slightly sustainable, but not as much as people would want.
Yeah. Very true. Lucy asks a great question. I know, Eden, you've mentioned this. How do you tackle the issue of people abusing fashion sustainable platforms such as Depop by buying cheap clothes and selling them on for more money? Eden, do you want to go first?
I think that sort of like platforms such as Depop can be really good. But I do think it's about sort of knowing whether somebody is buying cheap clothes and selling them for loads more money. I think like I sort of will go on a website and sort of see how much that retailed for, and sort of think, well, do I want to be paying this person more money than it's worth? Because I have seen people do that. So I think it's kind of like, if you're going to use like platforms like Depop, you've got to realize that you've got to sort of put in the work, and it's going to be a little bit harder, and you've got to sort of research. And I think if you sort of like scroll through Depop, you can even tell by like the prices that people are putting on whether that's they've actually worn it and it's secondhand, or whether they've bought something from fast fashion and they're just trying to exploit you. I think the more that you look, the more you sort of realize. I think also sort of like looking out for drop shipping, that's quite important. I think a lot of the time you can sort of tell from like the photos that they're using, or whether it's sort of like a too good to be true post, sort of just being more mindful about how can they be selling it like that if it's like brand new. Yeah,
Definitely. Maisha, what would you have to say in regards to Lucy's question?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult because, I mean, I could even extend this to kind of the influencer, so adopting sustainability or promoting hauls, in terms of this as well. Like, we're in a capitalist system where everything is based on profit, and you have to keep making more money and let go of your morals and everything. So, and we're in a very precarious situation. I mean, I'm not saying that's a good thing, but I'm saying we're in a pandemic and everything. People are going to be finding ways to make money, and unfortunately, this is one way. It's very difficult to tackle, if I'm honest. Again, I guess I think, very similar to what's been said in terms of being mindful of who you're buying from, etc. But this stuff is going to keep happening because people need money. People are in a very precarious situation right now, and it's just, yeah, I could just say be mindful, because I know a lot of this stuff is going to keep going on, to be honest, unless there's someone someone at the top, Depop, whoever, puts a stop to it.
Yeah. Lucy's got a follow-up. Is buying fast fashion secondhand still considered sustainable? What would you say, Maisha?
Yeah, definitely. I think the idea of sustainability, I mean, I guess from my conception, is that it's about reducing the impact that fashion has on workers and the environment, and by reducing how many like new clothes you buy and buying secondhand instead, you're allowing more life to an existing clothing item, and you're reducing your consumption. So I think definitely it's a sustainable option. And again, a lot of people don't have the option to be buying ethical. So so the idea that you can only be sustainable by buying like £90 this or £50 that, and when you can't afford it, is very exclusionary. So I'd say, yeah, secondhand, definitely I'd consider it sustainable.
Cool. Eden, what would you say?
Yeah, I think that fast fashion secondhand is, I would say it's still sustainable. I suppose first of all, you're not given the money directly to these big corporations that are gonna exploit their workers. I suppose also then you are giving new life to an item that could otherwise just be thrown in a landfill site. And I think a lot of the big sustainability is sort of reducing the waste that we are leaving on the planet. And so by somebody else having that item, it's in their wardrobe, they're going to wear it. It's not sort of in a rubbish tip somewhere, taking up space on the planet.
Yeah, definitely. And so could we get a closing statement from each of you both, just kind of something to sum up about whether or not you think mass production can really be ethical and sustainable? Maisha, do you want to go ahead first?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I guess my argument would be no, it can't be sustainable as long as workers are being exploited, so long as the earth is being destroyed. And I don't see ever being an option to be sustainable, because we've seen the devastating impact it's had. And I mean, unfortunately, it will continue because, again, as I said, we're in a capitalist system where everything is about building profit, amassing profit at the expense of workers and stealing their labor. So it's a very dire situation, and it sounds very dire saying it, but mass consumption could never be sustainable in my eyes.
Eden, what would you have to say?
I think to like an extent that maybe it could be sustainable if we just sort of reduced how mass the production is, if it was sort of like less, and sort of like if the wages are being paid, I suppose even if like the factory workers are being treated how they should be treated, that's more sustainable than the mass production is at the moment. And I suppose it's a step in the right direction, even if they're producing a lot of clothes that are going to stay on this planet. If we sort of are more ethical and treat the workers with respect that they deserve, it is more sustainable than it is at the moment. And I suppose that is a step forwards.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much for participating. Gave some really good points. We have about 5 minutes to spare. Maisha, do you want to talk a bit just about No Sweat into more detail and just about what you do with them?
Yeah, sure. So No Sweat is a campaigning grassroots organisation based in the UK, which aims to show solidarity with garment workers around the world, support garment workers in the UK, and also just keep campaigning and organising. So we, like I mentioned earlier, we have a t-shirt project where we supply t-shirts to different corporations, and it's made by a factory in Bangladesh called Ofragio, which is again an amazing worker-owned company that was created by survivors of the Rana Plaza collapse. And so they've been basically showing an alternative to the world about how production could and can and should be. And so we've been supporting them. We are kind of in the process of trying to support garment workers in the UK at the moment, but it's very much about emphasizes solidarity with existing movements that are happening around the world, because like I mentioned, there's so much action happening around the world of unions and organizers and campaigners across the world showing us what we should be doing to support them. So it's very much learning, educating, and also sharing and spreading the word. But yeah, if anyone wants to know more, there's a website at the bottom I can see.
Yep, we've got the website down here for anyone who wants to learn more, and we're also raising some funds and donations for No Sweat, so feel free in our next little break to check out their website, read more about what they do, and feel free to donate. We would really appreciate that all. Thank you guys, both of you again for coming. This was really interesting, a really great topic to chat about and see, you know, what we can do to make everything better.
Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, you guys have a good rest of your day. And now we will be taking just another quick break. Come back at 5 for our upcycling DIY session with Nam Vo. She's going to be showing us how to rework a pair of jeans. And don't forget to submit your videos for the fashion show. We'll be playing after that. And thank you guys so much for tuning back in. Looking forward to seeing you in about an hour.
Thanks.
I'm excited.
Me too.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, to our DIY session. Here we have Nam. Nam is actually a good friend of mine. She's videoing in from the States, and she is going to be doing a little tutorial for us on taking a pair of jeans and turning them into something new. So everyone, this is Nam. Feel free to say hello.
Yeah. Hey, thanks so much for having me. I'm really excited. I guess I can do a little intro if you don't mind, Erin.
Yeah,
Perfect.
of course.
So Erin and I went to college together. We were both in like the fashion program, I'm pretty sure. And I actually just started sewing at the beginning of quarantine. I've never really touched like the design side of things. I didn't even know how to sew with a machine or even let alone a thread and needle. But obviously with like everything going on and like trends just kind of blowing up all over TikTok and social media, I wanted to hop on that, but obviously we're not really going anywhere as of late. And so I just thought, like, how can we repurpose clothes and bring it into something new, and not be wasteful about it? Because people are so quick to want to buy new trends and then it just sits at the back of their closet for years to come. So I'm really excited. Thank you all so much for having me. I don't know, Erin, if you have like a prompt or anything that you want me to follow, but I can definitely just dive in as well.
Nope. Yep. Basically all you. If you want to just get started, we're so excited. We were talking all about upcycling in our panel earlier today. So this is just like the perfect ending to our event of like showing people what they can do.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to be the last speaker then. That's really exciting. So actually, my parents recently moved homes, which was kind of crazy because we were going through a bunch of these bins of like my dad's old jeans. So this is perfect because I just like have a pile of them right here. And, of course, like if you have jeans that were sitting in the back of your closet, like I said earlier, anything really that you just don't see yourself reaching for anymore, this is like gold. It's all materials that you can still use. So we're actually going to do some patchwork today. And patchwork is really intimidating to some people, but it's actually a lot easier than you think. And I think I want to start with just by teaching you guys how to simply sew a straight stitch. Just because I know not everyone has access to a sewing machine and it's let alone kind of scary. So if you have like an abundance of extra denim that you're not using, I definitely recommend using that. Even fabrics like some cool sweaters or old cotton t-shirts work really well here. I need to find my fabric scissors. I'm sorry, like my studio is a mess right now. Okay. So I definitely recommend having a really nice pair of scissors when you are cutting up denim. The difference between this guy and more of like it's over there in the corner, but like craft scissors, they just aren't as sharp and they won't cut through your fabric really nice and cleanly. So here I have a pair of my dad's old like carpenter jeans. They are so cool, but
oh my God.
I don't want them to go to waste. So I'm basically just starting and I'm going to just cut straight into just square boxes. So that's what I'm gonna do here. And you can see these fabric scissors just are so sharp and really, really great. They'll be your best friend in any kind of patchwork you do, especially with denim. And then here, I'm just basically cutting open these jeans. Sorry, Dad. So I really love the look of multicolored or multi-hued patchwork. I think that like obviously creates a really cool aesthetic, and I think it's really trendy right now. Like I think people are really veering away from the structured denim look. Obviously like skinny jeans, I feel like people are veering away from. Yeah, so the beauty about this is like it doesn't have to be perfect. It can be really rough around the edges. So I just have these like 4 squares here. And I'm gonna take another pair of jeans that I have. And also, you don't have to toss away the front half or the top half. You can turn them into a pair of shorts if you want, or like a pair of Bermuda shorts that are trending. Those are really awesome. Like there's so much you can do with this leftover fabric. And I'm just going to cut this black strip off of these jeans that I had as well that I actually unfortunately bought from Nasty Gal. And it's just like the quality, you know, I feel like the quality wasn't that fabulous. I bought them years ago, but the fabric itself is still golden. So that's what I want to use here today. So I'm just going to go ahead and cut some more patches. All right, so I have these strips here. You can see they're different colors, and I'm just going to piece them together. And I have a thread and needle. When you are using a sewing machine, if you do decide to use a sewing machine, I definitely recommend getting a special needle for denim work. You don't want your needles to break. That's kind of scary. You want to be careful with that. But for today's sake, we're just using a simple thread and needle that you can find literally at your local craft store. You can even get it on Amazon. They're very, very cheap, and it's just really nice to have around. I'm sure you guys have a good amount. And I'm going to use red thread just because I want you guys to kind of see what I'm doing. But all right, let's go ahead and thread this here. And I always feel like it's such a success when I thread it through in the first try. I'm like, winner, winner, chicken
I know.
dinner.
I was gonna say that is impressive. I literally will spend like hours just trying to like get it through.
They do have tools where it can help you thread it through if you have sometimes like trouble seeing, but I feel like I've just been like doing this during my free time, like taking all of my old clothes and just like ripping them apart and just sewing by hand. And I find sewing by hand is very therapeutic. But yeah, so here we have the thread and needle. I'm just going to show you guys how to do a simple straight stitch at first. If I'm not sure if you can see this very clearly. Let me try. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
So yeah, so a straight stitch, you always want to start on the inside of the patch of denim. So you're going to basically bring your needle up and right down. And a really nice hack is you can actually utilize the length of your needle to just do the running stitch. So I'm so sorry if this is like very hard to see, guys. But as you can see here, I'm kind of just like weaving this needle back and forth. Like you don't have to pull your needle all the way in and out. If that makes sense, you can literally just like weave it through and then pull it. And what it will do is create this long running stitch, if you can see that there. So
I went to fashion school for 4 years and never knew that.
It's okay. We weren't in like the design classes. Like I just learned that too, which is just so insane. And also if you want your pieces to be a little bit more stronger, if that's you basically just backstitch. So what I recommend, especially with like really tough denim, and when you're piecing such thick pieces together, a backstitch basically just means like you're doing the running thread, but you're going back to the point where you stopped. So you're going backwards and forwards. And that way it kind of closes it off a little nicely, if you can see. Okay, so that was just like a little sewing 101. Hopefully that was clear. I actually just started sewing not even 7 months ago for the first time in my life. So I'm kind of a novice, but if you just want to get into it, it's actually a lot more fun and less intimidating just for, I guess, time purposes, because I feel like hand sewing can take forever. I'm going to run these patches through my sewing machine just so it can be a little bit more seamless. But obviously, if you guys don't have a sewing machine, that is completely fine. Like you can see, like hand sewing is totally an option. And like I said, it's okay if these are different sizes because it's really fun when you're playing with kind of an architectural look when it comes to patchwork. You can just piece them together like so. So I'm going to go ahead and run this through. And when you are making your patchwork, it's okay if you have these exposed edges. That's kind of what patchwork is really all about. And the beauty is when you wash it, it creates this really lovely fraying effect, which is so cute, and it just adds to the whole look. Like I feel like those companies do those really well, but there's nothing like being homemade and creating homemade frayed edges. So excuse me if this is a little loud, guys. I hope that it's not too loud.
It's not too bad on my end, honestly. So hopefully everyone else is doing okay with the noise.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so here I have piece number 1. And then we're going to go ahead and create piece number 2. And like I said, if you are using a sewing machine, my biggest and first mistake when I started sewing was I didn't use a denim needle. If you are using electronics to sew instead of by hand, and it completely broke, and I was like, I don't know how to sew at all. But no, it's not true. It's user error, first time, first try, you'll definitely get the hang of it. But just to show you kind of what it looks like, obviously I would cut the threads off. You can go, it's like endless from here. You can just build. Just use the bottom, start from the bottom of your jeans up if you want to create some shorts or some fun patchwork. But I actually worked on some patchwork last night. So obviously this looks a lot cleaner than what I just showed you guys, but this is kind of what an end result, what you want it to look like. I think that the structuredness of it just kind of comes together when they're different colors, and it looks really cool and edgy and very streetwear, which is very in right now. And I have this pair
Right.
of jeans that I love. They're Levi's. I've distressed them back when I was in college, but I think that like as you're evolving, fashion evolves with you, and distressed isn't my vibe anymore. So
Yeah.
I decided to, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, you can take a look at your closet and still make something so much out of it, and like have your closet evolve with you. So I have that sheet that I
Right.
made last night. I'm just going
So cute.
to, there we go. I'm
Perfect.
going to go ahead and just measure over the patches of like where I want it to cover. And you can just cut straight out of your fabric piece. So here, I think this looks really good. We're just going to cut right along here. Nothing too fancy, nothing too crazy. Like I said, the more just like casual and unstructured it looks, the better.
Right. And for everyone watching this at home, this will be recorded. So if you need to come back and rewatch something, we'll send you
I'm
guys
so
the
sorry if
link
I'm
after the
moving
event.
fast.
So don't worry,
Yeah.
keep it going. I'm like,
Yes.
this is the most interesting thing.
So yeah,
My mom is
I'm
like
literally.
listening.
Oh, is she really?
Yeah, I think my parents are, but like I remember when I was first buying like distressed jeans, they were just like, why are you paying for holes in your jeans? And now I'm like,
Oh
I
my
don't know if I
gosh,
really wear them anymore.
same. My parents literally hated it. Like I would pay like $100 to buy a pair of like distressed jeans at a store, and now look at me trying to cover it up. Like,
Right. I know. I'm like looking at this, I'm like, oh, I'm definitely gonna cover up some jeans with this patchwork stuff.
it's so much cuter, and it's like so trendy. And like, I don't know if you guys know the retailer Jaded London, but like I haven't ever bought anything from them, but it's just so popular with like especially Gen Z, and that like patchwork look is very trendy and in. So here I am trying to be a poser like Gen Z. But here I have a needle thread needle. I'm just using light blue. I'm gonna hand stitch it for, the sake of like you guys being able to see that you can hand stitch, but I'm gonna start at the top inside my jean. Make sure to not sew the two sides together. I know that's like a given, but you'd be surprised like how many silly mistakes like you would make. Like I have made mistakes
I
like
was
that
gonna
all
say,
the
I feel like I
time.
would do that.
Yeah. So I have my hand like inside the denim. I don't really know if you can see that very clearly, but I just have the needle and I'm gonna pull it right through at the edge. And I think that when you can see the stitch, it's really, really cute. I love that look. Like I said, the messier, the better. So
For
I'm gonna do
sure.
the running stitch method that you guys saw before. And I probably could pin this down, but like I said, it's okay if it's messy. I'm gonna take my hand and stick it at the inside of the jean and just have that in place so I can kind of do my running stitch properly. So
Okay.
here we go. Let me know if I'm going too fast. I'm kidding. I'm not going to do. Hold on. Maybe I should pin this down. I'm not the most fantastic sewer. Like I said, I'm still a novice. So if you can always just like make sure you're just not catching the other side and just get a few stitches in. And here, I don't know if you guys can really clearly see, but I'm doing that stitch method where it's just like kind of running along the side.
Yeah.
Okay, and then just pulling it right through. And if you guys prick yourself, like, I did not teach you that. I'm kidding. I prick myself all the time. You just have to be very cognizant of like where your hands are going. I'm not sure if you guys can see, but just want to be gentle and take your time. And again, I feel like this could take me a really long time, so I'm not going to finish the whole thing, but just maybe the one side at the very top so you guys can see what the outcome would look like. And I actually do want to use some leftover patchwork pieces to show you guys how to make a really quick and easy tote bag. So I'm just gonna, yeah, it's actually very simple. And I had so much leftover denim, and like I said, you can make so much with denim fabric, and it's so chic and so cute and very casual. You can dress it up or down, but just for time's sake, this is essentially what the end result would look like after doing running stitches. And don't be intimidated if your project is taking a while. Hand stitching is really tedious. It's rewarding, but it does take a long time. But this is essentially what the jeans would look like if you did patch and finish it. Like, how cute is that? You know, well, imagine this is like
I'm
sewn
obsessed.
down. Yeah, and you can do it with like all sides. Obviously, you could cover up this side if you want. You can do the back pockets. That's really, you know, the gist of it. But like I said, I have leftover patchwork from all the other denim that I cut up. And this one's an easy one, actually. So same method, you can hand stitch it. Take your two, just cut, you know, rectangular pieces out. I actually used an overlock machine. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that, but it just basically closes and seals the edge. It creates a really nice finish. And I did this last night, but with all of your patchwork pieces, you definitely want to make sure you iron them down. And another tip I have is make sure that the weight of your jeans that you all have is the same weight as the denim that you're patchworking it onto. Like, you don't want to use like really tough pieces with really soft pieces. You want to make sure they're all kind of the same weight, if that makes any sense. But for this, I'm going to flip them both inside out. So good sides facing in. We're going to line them up. And we're going to sew. I don't know I'm like trying to reverse use this. We're going to sew all along these three edges right here, and maybe just leave a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And a seam allowance is just the extra length that's left over from when you're sewing to this point and the outer edge. So, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and sew this up with my sewing machine because I just want to go ahead and show you the finished product. I'm actually really excited about this. I have not made a tote bag before. This is my first time. And I hope that goes to show, you know, you can be a beginner and still make these really cool pieces. It's like the internet is your friend, you know, you want to be able to like utilize the media and go on YouTube and go on TikTok and just see what other people are creating and realize how much you have left in your closet that you can upcycle. Okay, just gonna go ahead and thread my machine. And again, like I said, this is absolutely like hand stitchable. You can totally do that. I just don't want you guys to watch me like hand stitch in silence for like an hour. Okay, excuse me, it's loud again. So like I said, right side's in, good side's kissing, wrong side's facing out. You're gonna go ahead and just run your machine straight along the three edges. And sometimes your machine does get jammed when you're working with such heavy patchwork. So that's why you kind of want to go slower if you do have a machine, which is why I'm pacing it a little bit, especially when you're going over the double layered pieces. Okay. All right, now I'm moving on to the bottom. this like inspires you guys to get sewing. You know, if you've never tried it before,
This
it's actually so fun and so therapeutic, you know?
Honestly, I mean, it's definitely inspiring me. I'm like, maybe I should, like, my birthday's coming up. Should I parents to get me a sewing machine? And then I
Oh
can
my
just
gosh,
start.
yeah.
Definitely
Yeah,
at
you
least hand
should.
stitching. Like, I'm so gonna make a little tote bag. Like, and I think
It
we have
is
some
so
rain coming up
easy.
this weekend. So, a nice rainy day
Yeah.
project.
Yes, absolutely. And patchwork, like I said, is not hard. It's just tedious. Like you just have to be patient. But the cool thing is you can make it look however you want. And I think the inspiration process is the scariest part. So just like hop on Pinterest, like look at what like, you know, even like Haley Bieber or someone who like uses a lot of like denim patchwork and wears a lot of it. Just like see what hers looks like and kind of find inspiration in that. And you really don't even need to do patchwork if you don't want to, if you want to make this tote bag. You can just open up the pant leg of your extra denim, old denim that you had and just make a straight up like denim tote bag. So here you can see I sewed all along these edges and left the top open. And what I'm gonna do actually to make this look a little nicer, I'm just gonna cut off this extra piece right here, is we are going to sew at the very end, that's like the sealed end, we're gonna sew diagonally right here on both sides.
Okay.
And I could be exact and measure and just measure like 2 inches each way, like a square, and then split in half. But I'm gonna eyeball it because that's the beauty of upcycling. You can eyeball anything. So we're going to sew again. I'm just gonna show you right diagonally right here. Still inside out.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so I did the left side. Now I'm going to go ahead and do the right side. My machine sometimes is like my enemy and my best friend at the same time. It's a love-hate relationship. Sometimes it doesn't work. Okay, so
it's
now
nervous.
it is, yeah, it's scared right now. She's shy. We're going to go ahead and flip this bag inside out, and we're going to pop open those corners. And now, ta-da! You've got a
I'm
cute
obsessed.
little tote bag. It's fun, right? And now she's a little bit more structured at the bottom, like since we created those those, I guess you could say like divots in the end.
Yeah.
So it's actually not just like a straight two rectangles like sewed together. And we can make some handles. I also cut some strips. Like I said, you can literally just cut strips of your denim that you currently have. I'm gonna flip her back inside out.
Okay.
And we're literally just going to make sure, let's see, I don't want to make sure I do this wrong. Okay. We're going to make sure it's inside out at this point and sew right along these edges right here. And like I said, it doesn't have to be perfect because if you do end up washing your tote, it can have that very distressed look, which it will fray, just disclaimer. But I really personally like that look after patchworking. I think it's really, really cute. Okay. Actually, you don't even have to use 2 pieces or 2 strips if you don't want 2 handles. You can just carry it over and bring it to the other side. So it's like one strap. So I'm going to go ahead and do that just to show you. So I patchworked it and sewed it down onto one side. So I'm just going to flip it over and carry it to the other, if that makes sense for you guys.
Okay.
I think that's really cute, just like a crossover look.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's totally up to interpretation. You can absolutely do 2 handles, 1 handle. You can use white denim, black denim, a mix of both. It's all game. It's completely your piece. So here is what the finished product looks like.
I love it.
And you can put so much inside of it. I don't know if you can see this, but very, very cute. So fun.
Cute.
Now, if you didn't want to make a new pair of jeans, or jeans are just not up your alley, like this just goes to show you can literally create something else completely. Like now we have a cute little handbag. And of course, back to the denim part, if you did want to upcycle denim after, you know, patchworking all these pieces together and sewing them down, you can just get like a new piece completely. And I think that's really fun and cute. So
yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
That's
that was
basically the
literally so
gist.
easy and quick.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I pre-patched it because I know how long it can take. But again, I literally started a couple months ago, back in August. So this is brand new to me, and like look how far I've come. You know, it's really, it just comes naturally if you really love like the upcycle process, and just like, you know, it kills my heart to even think about donating clothes because I know it can end up in landfills. So make something new out of like what you already own. The options are endless. So
Yes, I'm about to go through my closet, decide what can go, and make it into something
Yeah.
totally new.
For sure. For sure. Do you
Okay,
have
perfect.
any
Well,
questions for me, or was that too
I
fast?
don't. If anyone in the comments wants to ask Nam a couple questions really quickly, I know you have to go back to work. Thank you so much for
No
doing this on your
worries.
break.
Absolutely. I was so stoked about this, and like honestly, it was such a nice like little separation between work and being able to hop on
Yeah,
here with you guys. So I loved it. It was really fun.
perfect. Yes, I don't think we have any questions. So, if you're all set, yep, so easy. Everyone's so excited. Yay, we're all gonna come to school
Awesome.
with like our
Yeah.
tote bags, our patchwork tote bags.
Like how simple was
So
that? You know, it's so easy, and it looks like this would cost probably like $50 at Urban Outfitters. Like
100%. I see it already. Well, thank you so much again, Nam. You're literally the best. This was so
no
incredible, and it looks
problem.
like everyone is inspired by you.
Awesome. I'm so glad.
Yay. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Yes, I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for having me.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. All right, and now we are going to close out our event with our sustainable fashion show starring you guys. So we are just going to get that video set up for everyone and have some fun, music playing, and celebrate the end of our event. Everyone looked literally so amazing. That was so fun seeing all of your sustainable fashion looks. Unfortunately, we have reached the end of our event, so I have to say goodbye. From the bottom of my heart and the rest of the Care Fashion team, thank you everyone who came out and watched today. It was so incredible. And a huge, huge, huge thank you to all of our speakers, all of our sponsors. We literally couldn't have done it without you guys. We've had so much fun. I feel like I've learned a ton. I'm sure you guys have too, between our panel, our debate, our upcycling. How cool was that tote bag? I'm literally about to go take some own jeans and rip them up and make my own. So yeah, I just again wanted to say thank you, and hope you guys can take what you've learned today and implement some of these practices into your own life. Maybe start sewing, shopping more sustainably, and just thinking about the small changes that you do can make such a huge impact. Thank you all so much again for coming, and I hope you have a great rest of your day and week. Thank you. Bye.